not true. It's a very small percentage of.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't have to lie to you, bro. And you don't. You haven't even Googled the facts. Like anybody can go to Bureau of Prisons and look at these stats in real time. He was lying about the criminal criminality of Black Americans before 1960. There was never really this push for criminality of Black Americans until after really slavery. But you have to.
Have you guys stopped not committing more than half the homicides in America? That might be a start.
I didn't interrupt you, bro. I mean, come on now. I know you're a mind dog, and we on this app, and we talk shit all the damn time. But bro, I'm literally bringing the facts that's making you guys feel insecure about yourself, and it's highlighting everything I'm saying. I understand that a lot of y'all are triggered by this shit because y'all don't want to really deal with that issue. It's not my problem, right? Because you're going to deal with it one way or another. Your children is going to really hold you accountable. That's not me.
That's
right.
I understand that.
So at the end of the day, well, no, I don't have to. I don't have to. It's not even about that. That's a whole nother conversation. The only point that I'm making is that the issue of race does play more than the issue. The issue of race. The issue of race. The issue of race. The issue of race does play into this because if you're lying and trying to make us look worse than what we actually fucking are, and the truth is, yeah, right now, like Bob, come on, help me out, guys. Okay, Bob. So you're not gonna allow me to land my plane, though?
That's what they start doing.
Yeah. You're not gonna allow me to land my plane.
All right, land your plane. Hey, Brad, you can go after.
Yeah, appreciate that. So literally, these are fucking facts. When you manipulate facts and try to put out a narrative of criminal behavior or malignant behavior from a community to isolate or highlight them as being a fucking problem, and it's not even true, right? Or it's at the same par, at best case scenario, as your own white counterparts, you are exuding racism. You're espousing racist misinformation, right? And you're also trying to highlight or relegate people to a lesser class and validate the treatment of and the mistreatment of those particular people. And that's been the main talk. Was the only thing I agreed with him on was about half of what he says about immigration, right? And then 100% of what he said about the transgender LGBTQIA community. Those are only 2 points that I'm not offended by racism. I'm not offended by them at all. I step on them, I crush your whole fucking self-esteem with understanding that you don't know much about your own history. And if I unpack it for you, you would feel really inferior. Now, it's not about an inferior complex or a superiority complex. What it's mostly about is the humanness of all of our experiences. Because black people have problems, Latino people got problems, white people definitely got documented problems if you do their fucking history. And if all you have to do is just deal with the issue yourself, you can stop all of this shit. I'll end with this last little point. I would be careful, white Americans, air quote, of calling yourself white. You need to Google the word white and what the etymology of that means. It means you're a wicked, evil, and unlucky person. Your natural origin story was from Europa or Aryan, Khazarian, whatever you want to call yourself, from Eastern Europe. You're Europeans. I would not want to, if you educate yourselves, and this is where racism comes from, it's literally ignorance and fear. Racism is the personification of ignorance and fear, right? Even for black folks that are just ignorant of their own fucking edge in history, that don't know much about their shit, we could all fucking be human and deal with the humanity of us. And if we stop, hold on, I understand. I mean, goddamn. I mean, I was done if I was interrupted. Yeah, I'm landing it right here. You guys are interrupting me, right? I'm reconciling this whole shit with humanity. I'm appealing to your humanity.
I'm telling you, just wrap it up. 30 seconds.
I'll tell you what. You can call yourself white, but anybody that's smart enough to Google what that is, I would not call yourself white American at all.
White power. Thank you very much. White fucking power, everybody. Go ahead.
Bullshit.
I love Martin Luther King and the fucking Hebrew fucking Israelites who like to bend each other over into shaky cloths, like get on stages and start pontificating like how they're envisioning the world. There's nothing wrong with being white. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being black. There's nothing wrong with being fucking Jewish. There's nothing wrong with being anything except for Canadian, France, and maybe England. There's absolutely nothing wrong
did tell that. I did tell Kate with my BBC.
Offer accepts complaining. What is your solution? Can you say what?
Oh yeah, I do have solutions. So yeah. So here's my solutions, right? I mean, in real time, like we're raising like $250 million to pilot some of my solutions called IPP program, right? It's called Incentivized Behavior Programming for Affordable Housing Solutions, which centers around education, poverty, homelessness prevention, right? I'm also doing it here in South America where I'm at in Cartagena, Colombia, right? Also do import exports of American goods and services around the globe, internationally, right? So also hold on. In my PTR, I'm sitting at the table with $50 billion of black control money. No. You asked me that question. I'm answering it. I'm answering her question. No. I'm answering her question. I'm answering her question. So for affordable housing solutions, what that look like, and this is not just for black Americans, for white people, right? Too. For whites like Brad. Poor whites like Brad can live in affordable housing communities, and if he upkeeps the community that's money off of his rent, if his children are actually making good in school, and they're making good grades to get money to take home. She asked me a question.
That don't look like he ain't trying to me.
You must be some goofy.
Yeah, she asked me a question. I'm just muted.
That don't look like he ain't trying to me.
Because he's making it up. It's fake. He's fake.
How is it a fake, dude? Like it's actually getting it's already implemented. It's getting implemented in Columbus, Ohio, and Atlanta, Georgia, and Houston, Texas.
Drop the source. You drop the source.
Fuck no, I would never let you creatures get a hold of that shit, try to ruin it.
Okay. Well.
I could, but I'm not gonna let you guys ruin it.
Garnering support. So much for garnering support.
No, I don't want your support. This stage could not support me. What you're going to do is just witness the overflow. Your children will even benefit from it. Like that's the main thing, right? Like your children will benefit from programs like this, right? People like Brand that live in the border, they could.
Okay, there's a lot of people.
Can't afford to live in a good house.
You're being presumptive, Cypher. I mean,
She asked the question. I'm not even being facetious. I'm actually like being genuine and answering it really quick.
Well, I just want to say is okay. I'm hearing a lot of babbling. Hold on a second. I'm hearing a lot of babbling, and all I want to say is that white fucking power, everybody. If we look at everything. I mean, look at America. Look at North America. Look at Latin America. All of it founded by and mainly built by white people. New Zealand, Australia, any nice place in Africa was built by white people. Then it went to shit once black people were given their quote unquote freedom. Europe is like really. So I would say this: not only are our children not going to feel ashamed, they're going to say, "Holy shit, white people! They were conquerors. They're innovators." That's why all of us, all throughout the fucking world, except for like the Asian continent, we all speak their fucking languages. Because white people are fucking amazing. And they're the best looking people. That's why when you go to Latin America, all of the people on TV, the movie stars, the actresses, they're white people. It's white people that keep everything running in the West. And, it's nice pride in being black. That is perfectly fine. But we are the master race. And, I just want to say white fucking power, everybody. And thank you.
Sure.
Can't even play fucking basketball.
And how are you superior if you have a recessive gene?
Man, jump high, you don't got no rhythm.
Well, here's the thing. You guys can say, well, listen. As a white man.
Wait. You can't swim. You can't play hockey. You want to go there? Is that it?
Come on now. Get the fuck out.
The last champion of the slam dunk contest was a white boy.
Shit. The fastest fucking mile swam is by a white man. Did y'all see what Terrence Crawford did to that?
Like, you're really eating the white dick right now.
You guys see what Terrence Crawford did?
Can't even
I'm
suck.
sucking his dick, bro.
Here's the thing.
them in your family and fuck them. And put it on you.
Because
Wait a second.
Listen, Cypher, okay, when you say you're going to have sex with all the women in his family, we know that's actually a rape threat, so please stop doing that. Let's see here. I did hear a quieter white man that was trying to talk. His speaker is not, or his microphone is not that loud. Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Pepe. And as a white man, and as a proud white man, I am one of those types of people who are proud to be white. You know, when I hear black people say white people inferior, recessive genes, all these things, all it makes me think is that it's crazy that the world population of white people is just around 8%, usually probably down to 7% now. Most recently it was 2019, 8% white world population, right? And we have recessive genes. We come from very, very cold climates that kill off a lot of our people. That's not resource dense either. It's really interesting that those recessive gene whiteys, those pasty white men, were able to conquer and formulate the world that we all live in today. That we all are able to prosper in today on the backs of white men. And that's so crazy that you have the privilege of saying that on the white man's phone, on the white man's app, on the white man's Wi-Fi, on the white man's data, on the white man's cellular carrier, all those things white men were able to formulate, create the society that was able to prosper and create those existing formulas. So I'm a proud white man. I'm proud of what my white people have done for every single people, different color and race, different backgrounds. So yeah, I mean, you know, you can be mad as a black man. This isn't black versus white though. You know, I know black
Regardless,
people, we target them.
You know what? You're talking bullshit. I know who you are. Everyone knows who you are, Dad. And you know what? Fuck you. You don't represent my white ass. You don't represent many white asses. You are a disgrace to the white man. You should shut the fuck
I
up.
don't know why.
Just like flush yourself down the cipher down the fucking toilet with your ignorant, small town, stupid bullshit. Thank you.
What did I? And again, you know, this is the same type of people who won't engage in, I guess, the debate. What did I say that was false?
Have sex with Africans in Africa, and you were talking about how women that dress sexy are whores. That's you, Daddy.
Again, you're moving
Yeah.
the goalpost.
Yeah, that's you. You know what? I don't remember for anything that comes out of your stupid fucking mouth. You're a fucking idiot. So you actually start like getting to the
Guys, we don't need to wait. Guys, we already, okay, this room starts, wow. Okay, this is not the place for white on white violence. Okay, we let those other animals do it. So, you know, not on my stage, please.
Finger nature, guys. Look at it, completely animal cracking.
Well, you do see the problem, though, what Sean brought up, which is that instead of engaging with what I said, which is all factual, and I would love for anyone to debate what I just said, which is true, that everyone on this stage
I would love to debate that.
has been able to
Do you want to debate it?
white men's achievements. Sure,
Do you want to debate that?
Tell me how you have not prospered. How you have not prospered off of white man's achievements. Go.
Okay, because you haven't achieved much of anything without stealing or taking from other people. Name a white invention
So I'm
made
curious,
that was not sold.
sure, ships, but I'm just curious, did we like go to like the shore of what would have, I don't know, been Nigeria or Benin, and I guess steal, I don't know, a seaworthy ship from the brothers, and then Steve didn't conquer the world with it? How did that happen?
No. So great, brilliant, Pepe. So you didn't steal anything, right? What you did is that you walked back the people that you expelled out of Spain and Portugal to find cheap labor because you couldn't develop a country of your own without us. So you asked them to give them the refugees that you kicked out of Spain and Portugal and sell them to you cheap. If they're not going to kill them already, the ones you're not going to kill, send it to us, and we'll send them to the Isles of Saint Tomé and other places in the Caribbean, like Cartagena, Colombia, where I'm at right now, stuff, right? Like, and all of that was developed by the Moorish rule.
The niggas was the original Europeans, bro.
You guys have a recessive. Listen, everybody like the medieval. You're the only people that had a medieval time here. Okay, I thought I was answering your question.
I want you to clarify. Do you know the percentage of Europe that the Moors traveled to? What percentage of Europe?
The percentage of Europe, all over. Basically. Well, I'm answering your question. Literally, Spain, Portugal, the Iberian Peninsula. They also went into Germany. They went to Germanic areas, southern France, southern Russia, like Alexander Pushkin.
But the only problem with the Moors,
Alexander Pushkin, who created the Russian language. Without him, you'd still be speaking.
wait, are you telling me?
Right?
Are you telling me that like the first czars of Russia, they'd be real niggas and shit?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Even the first king of Brittany was a nigga. Septimius Severus. Your original, even Matilites was like your second fucking pope. Like they're like Greek African popes.
I'm sorry.
Like, and I'm not even gonna lie to it. Africa, like I'm a different breed, right? So.
Never conquered.
No, I know.
They never got passed up to the count. They never.
I didn't say Brittany, fool. I didn't say that they conquered Brittany. And that they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, you goofy. Like you retarded fucking nincompoop creature. You recessive dude ain't fucking squalor and shit. You fucking shit monkey. You shaved fucking ape. You barely sentient fucking roach. I literally said that Septimius Severus was the first king of Brittany. Yeah, no, bitch. I just happen to know your history more than you do. I can unpack your whole fucking history timeline and tell you how filthy, nasty, and receptive and illiterate you motherfuckers are. No, it's not made up, bitch. I'm Googleable. All of the shit that I'm saying is an actual fact. You're just mad at the fucking facts, and your kids are gonna fucking hate you for it.
But the reality, you guys, we do have an OG nigga from and the part of Europe where niggas live, and that is. So we are going to let. Hold on. We have a. Well, no, I'm a spick. Get it right. Now we have a real nigga from Italy on the stage, so let him speak. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I'd like to say that Settimio Severo, which is the way how we say it here in Latin and Italian too, was of his mother was Italian and his mother was Venetian. So the guy actually wasn't a real nigga, as how in Cypher you're saying this guy was a nigga. He wasn't.
I didn't use the word nigga. You just want to use it because you're safe on his hat. I didn't say that. I didn't call him.
Come on, let the Italian finish.
He was an African, and what he's saying is a lie.
Well, let him finish. Let the Italian. Okay, Cypher, you gotta let the Italian finish. I'm trying not to need to put anybody down. That's usually not my style. So let Rick finish, please.
So at that time, the place that you're referring to where he was born was called Lectis Magna, which is the actual Libya of today. But at that time it was called Lectis Magna, but because it was a part of the Roman Empire, but actually those places were populated actually by Italians and Phoenicians, and also by North Africans and stuff. That's true. But the guy, Settimio Severo, was his mama was Italian and papa was Venetian. So let's say like a kind of olive skin like I have, like you can see in the picture. That's the type of person you're talking about. So, and also when Cypher was talking about all the inventions that we stole, Cypher, let me tell you a couple of things. Okay, Europe created thousands, so 90% of what you're using today. Of course, we have different modified.
Just name them.
What? Of course. Let me. So okay. Galileo Galilei invented in 1593 the thermometer. The battery was built by example Alessandro Volta in the 1800s. The radio was built by Guglielmo Marconi in 1895. The telephone by Antonio Meucci in 1850. nitroglycerin.
Tell us something that was not stolen, sir.
Well, he just told you
These
they
were not
invented it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He's lying to you in real time.
No. I'm sorry. Even the concept of the parachute and the helicopter. Do you know who invented this? Cypher, do you
Tell
know?
us something that was not stolen. Because you would have to explain the Iraqi battery that's 6,000 years old.
I'm trying to respond. So, the helicopter is a concept that the parachute were thought about by Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah. Because of
Leonardo da Vinci?
Yeah.
You see, these days. See, I think this is the part.
No.
I think this is the part. Hold on a second. This is the part that I think is maybe Cypher's getting confused. Is me? Oh, as all the jokes we like to make fun of Italians. They were like, at one point the heart of Western civilization and innovation, and they still have they've had a rich history even up until today, and those Moors. Hold on a second. Now, by all accounts, the Phoenicians, they were Mediterranean people, but they were definitely not black. And then when you talk about the Moors, you're talking about the whitest people from literally, and I mean phenotypically, the whitest people of North Africa that are more similar to the Berbers, who often have lighter hair and lighter eyes. These were not black people. The Moors were not black.
You're afraid to admit that they were black.
Cypher, can I give you another couple of examples? That's how I
Yeah, come on, dude. Because I mean, I can unpack about 50,000 U.S. patents just by American Negroes that you wouldn't have a modern society without. But go ahead.
It's okay. Probably those 50,000 patents are based off of, possibly are based off of, for example, the microprocessor that was invented by a very famous Venetian here, Federico Faggin, in 1971, okay, in the region of Veneto, okay? Another one that everybody's using today, fucking concrete, everybody's using today, was invented by the fucking Romans back in the day, 2,000 plus years ago. Example. We can continue. We can continue. The piano, it's the 1700s, by Cristofori, Florence. The violin, all the beautiful things that we have today, both electronics and more, they were all made in Europe. Yeah. You can deny that. I respect that you want to deny reality. But this is what
that's fine, Rick. Hey, you gave us enough, right? Okay, now here's my counter, right? You know what? I'm going to give you so much grace and not unpack everything you just fucking said. I'm not going to even do that, right? I'll just give it to you, right? Now, name black inventions.
Peanut butter and the change of an already existing street light to one that's yellow, green, red. Amazing.
Keep going.
She invented.
No, I'm asking Rick. I'm asking Rick, guys. Hold on. I know you want to lynch me.
Rap
Go ahead. I'm just asking Rick.
No one wants to lynch you. I just want to play.
Pepe, can I get the same respect as you gave Rick? Can I get the same respect?
No, you can.
Okay. So I'm asking Rick. It's on Rick. Give us black inventions. Okay, hey Pepe, I'm getting cut off by this fucking animal. Brad's bitching asses off the mic. Pepe.
I'm trying.
This fucking animal is fucking sentient 8.
I don't have to. You're right.
The shade barely sentient 8 is asking me while I'm talking to another
Yeah,
guy.
but Brad is uncontrollable. He's a potato nigger from Ireland, and those people are animals.
Wow. So, but Pepe, you asked me to give Rick support. Come on, dude. Like, you're mod, man. Go ahead and mute him.
Okay.
Knows that you can't even validate.
Yeah. Okay, Brad. Look, I'll come over for dinner later. Okay. I'll come over. I'll come over for dinner later.
4 hours a day on fucking Clubhouse.
Got you.
He's either
Appreciate it, man. Let it out, man. Let it out. You need a hug.
Some other fucking bullshit that he likes.
I know. You need a hug, dude.
People sucking dick, and he loves going after women, targeting them directly.
Right.
And talking about.
Well, you're a woman, though, little bitch. You're a woman. Look at you right now.
That's his whole.
Look how I got you right now, you little feminine creature.
You got nothing, dude. Again, if you were all.
You got nothing, dude. Hulk Hogan's dead. Kirk is dead. Austin's dead. All of them dead. just want to talk to Rick.
Dad's
If I could.
You're an example of pure ignorance.
Yeah, that's fine. I love it. But I just really wanted to talk to Rick. I was talking about black invention. I was asking Rick to give him a way out. You're letting Rick run. Hey guys, you're letting Rick run.
Now you're here. Now
Yeah, but no, we're not anywhere, Brad. You couldn't take us nowhere. You couldn't take yourself out of your own emotions.
And now you just want to
Yeah, fuck your kids. I don't give a fuck about them.
I know you're
Yeah,
daddy.
great. So I'm just talking to Rick right now, bitch. I'm only talking to Rick right now, bitch.
You were that man. Your daddy.
Rick, just tell me some more black inventions, Rick. Don't never mind him. He's the one stuff.
You are that kitty toucher. Like father, like son, right? Your daddy is just that fucking piece of shit.
Bitch ass up, nigga.
Yeah, the jet.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Right. Hey, Brad, my dad's dead, though, Brad. I can send you to him, but my dad's dead. Rick, let me go ahead and ask Rick the question. Why you guys so riled up with fucking emotion? God, I thought you guys were so simple.
No, man, I don't have to
I thought you were fucking simple. I thought you were civilized people.
I do like raising girls. I do like raising kids. That's what you said.
Wow, that's so nasty. I didn't know you were into that, Brad. Now you're telling us who you are, Brad.
Staying on the stage.
We got it. You said you
Yeah,
wanted to
I thought you were so simple. I didn't think you guys were simple.
You're a fucking
He's so fucking simple.
You're
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're not.
Tell us more. Yeah. Okay, but you're here. So, Rick, you're giving Rick a run. You're giving Rick a runway to run from this conversation,
You
bitch.
bought a fucking microphone at Walmart.
At Walmart. I'll buy your daughter. I'll buy your wife. I'll buy your mother. I'll buy your grandmother. I'll buy all of them. That's what I'll do.
By the way, we got that nice little place.
I think Cyclone might be
So we don't have to worry
but that's
about
why I think OBS
Everybody's crashing out.
You're letting these
I mean, I got an Indian, and then I got an Irish, and then I got a black, and you people animals.
These monkeys
I can't
crash
control
out.
all of the
Crash
people.
dummies. I only asked Rick one question. Next black invention. Look at the visual. Look at the visual. So Rick, don't run from this, Rick. I'm focused on you, Rick. I want you to name some black inventions.
I guess you know what? Those black men commit 55% of the sexual assault, and that black women.
No, Brad's not gonna do that. Brad's a pussy. He's just on his app. He's on the talking app. He's a bitch in real life. He's not gonna do that.
I give you your Pookie and your Ray Ray. I give you fucking.
Pookie and your Ray Ray.
Right fucking.
I'll give you your Andrews and your Anthonys
That one.
and your Jonathans. Yeah. I'll name all your fucking murderers.
That's the fucking.
I'll name all you white murderers.
And then he was going to.
I'll give you your Hitlers, man. I'll give you guys this fucking the guy that just killed your other guy, your Kurtz. So look, hey,
I'd like
Rick,
to say,
name some black inventions.
Hey guys, let Rick go ahead and say something.
Oh, Pepe, it's so racist. Now you want to let Rick speak. Go ahead, Rick. Answer the question first.
Real quick. Actually, you mentioned Hitler. Under Hitler, that was the first time when testosterone was isolated, actually.
No, what are the black inventions? Black inventions, sir. Stay focused, Rick. Don't run from this. You're demonstrating you're losing. You're losing the argument, brother.
You guys created that.
Are you letting me speak? Are you letting me speak or no? Just no.
No, I mean I want you to answer the question.
Okay, I will answer like this. If you have some of the people, black
Name
people
some
that
black inventions, sir. That's all I ask.
No. I know
This
my
is actually on me.
You're asking him to name something that doesn't exist. How the fuck is he gonna? That's a trick question.
Yeah, well,
He's doing
maybe
your little research rather than eating out of a fucking dog bowl and taking a shit your whole entire life, you ignorant piece of shit. Cypher. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Cypher. Yeah, Cypher. Yeah. Why don't you fucking educate yourself instead of asking questions that you can fucking find the answers out for yourself? Let your ass down to a fucking piece of dog shit.
Go ahead, Rick. Tell us some black inventions, Rick. control himself.
Like made up a whole narrative.
I'm literally asking Rick one question that he cannot fucking answer.
Which is probably why you
Brad, shut your lying, filthy fucking monkey ass up. You fucking barely sentient nigger. You're a white nigger. You shut your white lying nigger ass up.
Hey,
Brad.
you know what? If you were all about that,
You white nigger. Hey, white nigger. Hey, you white cave dwelling nigger monkey. Hey, listen, boy. I don't talk about fucking kids. You lying ass piece of fucking shit. But I'll tell you what, little lying ass, immature, emotionally unstable fucking piece of I'll tell you this little pelican bird shit. I'll tell you this little bird shit. How about this? How about you get the fuck out the way and allow me and Rick to finish our conversation? Can you do that?
I'm gonna cut your balls off because you're that type of
Brad's
guy.
not gonna do that. Brad's an answer. He's a pure moisture.
You chase those things.
I gotta say, order, cut this
You
shit
don't
out.
want those problems. He does not want those problems in real life.
So listen, we're not gonna have this shit go on long enough. You guys have to each other either fight or let that shit go. I'm talking physically.
allowing threats in the room?
Hey,
Can we not have
but free, can I ask?
I just don't know back in, so I don't have to hurt my feelings. I'm probably just sitting down.
Hey, Rick, can I finish asking her? I asked her a question.
Fair enough. Hold on, Sean. Let's pick up with Cypher. He has to start back up. So I said the way I hear a lot of what is happening. So let's have.
Because this guy just like wanted to rape my kids. So I mean, I really.
You know, that's a fucking lie, you dumb bitch. You don't even have kids. That's a fucking lie. If I said it, I would gladly admit it, but I can't kids.
Guys, let's maybe start this. Hey, reset. So guys, for fuck's sake, come on, man. Let's not keep doing this shit. I want to have a conversation. We done did this shit for like the last 5-10 minutes. I wasn't paying attention, but I heard the noise. So let's just start over, okay? Let's pick it up with Cypher where we left off at. Let's have a conversation. No threats and all this extra shit. I'll start moving these guys off the stage so we can have a conversation. Let's go.
Gotcha. So go ahead, Ray. Can you name black inventions?
So I'm trying to respond to you. So what I'd like to say is I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know about black conventions, but possibly I'd say this because of the major things were invented by Europeans. I'm sure that what you're referring to are, let's say, modified versions of video games that are taken. Let's say they're taken we invented. Can I finish the answer or no? Thank you.
No, because you just answered it with your submission. I'm going to reclaim my time because I don't want to waste it anymore. I know you're sorry. Go ahead, mute up so I can.
We're actually getting done.
Can I finish?
Shut up.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Cypher. I'm sorry. I was trying to respond. Can you let me finish? Thank you very much. So what I'd like to say is this. I'm sure that what you're referring to is a modified version of something we had already invented back in the days. So you can proceed to mention the things that you want to mention. Okay, please. Yeah. Go on.
That's all I'm doing. Reclaiming my time.
Uh-huh.
So thank you. So Rick, so you're making assumptions because you don't know what black inventions are, right? Not just the traffic signal, not just the automatic elevator, not just the refrigerated truck, not just the automatic gear shift, not just the carbon filament in the light bulb, not just the folding iron board, the home security system, air innovations, gas furnace, central air heating and cooling, the first electric cars, the fucking first planes out of Dayton, Ohio. Let's not go into the gas mask. Let's not go into all of the things you enjoy, like even sound like GPS, blood transfusions, and 50,000 other facts, and the millions more that were stolen. And you mentioned earlier about you guys getting the fucking battery, and really you would have to explain. Shut your fucking nigger ass up, right? You degenerate, recessive white fucking monkey. You shaved piece of animal shit. You pelican bird.
Did not invent the fucking world, you fucking moron. Just go back to screaming about how you're.
Yeah, actually, most of the things you mentioned were not true. I don't think. Yeah, all the check this. Let me check this in ChatGPT.
Guys, please don't start talking shit. Just calm down. Okay, thanks, man.
Well, I got a quick one for you. Aunt Jemima, her family fought the woke to keep her name and her on her brand. She was actually the original Martha Stewart before Martha Stewart was even known. Real talk. She actually used to be featured on a AM radio program, sharing recipes and whatnot on there. True story. Aunt Jemima is amazing. So you want to talk about innovators? She's the OG Martha Stewart. There's an example.
It's the most powerful country in United States government with the flagpole camera and a radio. I had a whole.
Yeah, whoever has that Pepe title, I think you speak.
Programmable radios.
It's me.
Be programmed by someone.
Okay, just make sure. Okay.
Yeah, but Free, just so he knows, the GPS was Gladys West. He's 97 years old.
Black breaks come out, so we know where to go.
No, it says. I'm sorry. It says here, ChatGPT is saying. The birth of GPS, 1973, the modern GPS concept was officially approved by the U.S. Department of Defense. The main architect was Dr. Bradford Parkinson, often called as the father of the GPS. And I checked the skin color of this guy right now. What the, really? Okay, let's check this. Okay, but Dr. Bradford Parkinson. Okay.
What's the point of the video?
What is this?
So it is,
What's the
yeah,
point of the
Gladys
video?
May West is an American mathematician. She's also known for her contributions to mathematical modeling of the shape of the Earth and her work on development of the satellite geodesic models, which are later incorporated into GPS global positioning systems. Okay, so without this woman, you would not have GPS. Literally, you're interrupting me right now. I'm telling you something. I'm getting you real fast. You're interrupting me, right? You're interrupting me, right? You're interrupting me,
Brad, I
right?
want you to let him explain, Brad, because I want to hear what he got to say. Come on. What do you say, son?
Yeah. So literally, without this black woman's mathematics that was implemented into the GPS system, you would not have GPS. So if I have an intricate component to making what the next invention is possible, then I predate the original model. And without this without this woman, GPS would not be fucking possible.
What you're saying, that still won't give them like a car. But cars need wheels. But to be the other person invented the wheel doesn't mean they invented the car. You understand? Like those are two separate things.
No, not the wheel. I'm talking about the engine. And without the engine, we wouldn't have a car. So if I created the engine to the car and the car model was built and my engine was put in the car, then I'm a contributing to the car, right?
Of course, yeah, you're a contributing factor, but you're still not responsible for the final model, the final setup, right? So if you say she contributed to it, based on what you're saying, I can accept that, but I wouldn't say she's the inventor, based on what you're saying.
Well, I mean, you can't be a contributing factor.
What is the point of talking about inventions? Are we trying to compare white to black, red to brown? What is the point of this fucking conversation?
They're trying to prove
Yeah.
superiority. The point of this is that black people are inferior.
Hey, Creek, don't come in with your fuck ass shit. Get the fuck out of here.
That's
I
essentially.
ain't when you come in doing this goofy shit. No, it's not.
That's not what
You just hopped in the fucking room. Go to the audience. Sit your ass down. Goofy ass. That's not the argument. No. Yeah, go ahead. The Cypher stuff, you came in here and you started saying that white people, real quick, hold on, stop. Let's just reset real quickly for this particular argument, which I don't necessarily care for, but I know y'all already into it, so let's just try to get the shit over with. You said that white people stole everything from black people, and basically they couldn't create shit without us, essentially. That's your argument, right? Cypher?
That's a harsh way of putting it, but yeah.
Well, I'm trying to make, go ahead, I'm just trying to paraphrase so make it fast. So that's why we got here, so we'll spend 5 more minutes on this shit and let's try to move on, but that's all. But go ahead and get that shit. I'm not in argument.
Like a solid 5 minutes. Look, just give me 1 minute, not even just 60 seconds. The point that I'm making is that without my original point was about Right.
So,
Right,
yeah,
that's
Brad,
great,
respond
that's
to
great, Brad. Okay, Brad.
I was still
Yeah. All right, look. Free. You see what's happening? You see what's happening?
girl in my bed.
You see what I'm saying?
For fuck's sake, man, we're grown ass man.
You know what I'm saying?
Chill. I see what you're saying.
That white nigga
Let him finish, bro.
The fucking black watermelon.
So literally, when we unpack. Oh wow. Are you done?
Your shit, man. Go ahead.
Y'all keep letting this man put on this.
Come on, no. I'm
Like,
Brad,
free,
I'm gonna chill just like I'm finished. I know, he's on
I can finish.
Fair enough.
All right, go. So, gotcha. So, when we unpack the human part, that's cool. But when we address the racial part that they created, okay, now we're talking about how inferior Black Americans are. And what I demonstrated is, hold up, without us, you wouldn't have a modern civilization. You would have still been stuck in the Dark Ages. You
If
still
I
would have been stuck in
will,
the
I
medieval
expect
times.
dramatic cuts
All of the
to my
medicine,
head.
all of the
Hey,
shit
Doc,
that we
how
gave
can
you
you
from
be sufficient
before
dramatic
antiquity.
cuts to
Like,
this?
you're building yourself on the back of our inventions, and also by highlighting the inventions, which
It's a
Rick,
goodbye page.
falsely didn't know anything about Black inventors, right?
Always
But he said we're saying,
slander
oh, when white man did this, white man did that. I'm saying no. Without us, you wouldn't have the foundation to even support these things. But the rule undergirded this is about ignorance. Your ignorance and your fear is what perpetuates these racial epithets, these racial comments, right? So when I respond to it with vitriol in the most meaningful way, right? Then motherfuckers want to feel offended, right? But I'm just offended by their body odor. I'm offended by their lack of intelligence. I'm offended by their ignorance, right? But when I put them on their level and unpack their history, which they won't allow me to do that, it humbles everybody in the fucking room because there's degenerate people on both sides of the shit. Black, white, Latino, whoever the fuck you want to call it. That's the human condition. But once we deal with that shit and get rid of it, now we can actually have settled conversations that are meaningful.
But by the way, guys, I just want to make a real quick.
That's a minute, you're done. Can I respond?
Hold on a second. I just want to make it real quick. So everybody in the audience, follow me on this account. Thank you.
So again, usually after that long shit like that, I mean, again, we had to listen to the big fucking businessman.
want to get Cypher some information. Cypher, for the future, there's an entire division that you can go to the website, U.S. Department of Justice. Section, hold on, where they have a section of Black American inventors and Black American.
Hello, my name is George Stever. Welcome to Politics. I'm very for a great guest today. Congressional candidate Johnson.
There is something on the bridge there in the hood trying to make things sound like it.
Claim to live in Cuba.
Chill out, damn, let's.
So
It was actually on Brad. Brad was probably at the Cypher, so it was actually on Brad, but you can hop in after 3. Go ahead, Brad.
All right, I got muted because you've got that. I'm so sick and tired of the blackity black. We invented the world. You didn't invent it. You didn't do anything outside of any other extraordinary culture. As a matter of fact, we can go and highlight this. You didn't invent aqueducts to bring fresh water. We know this because we have, archaeological evidence to prove that. That was actually going on in, the Roman times. They kind of invented that shit. The concrete thing is a big, massive advancement in society. Utilizing roadways, building infrastructure. Massively done under the Romans. They were the precursors to all of that shit. The Asians actually were farther advanced, and they didn't have any interaction with any Africans. They didn't come and steal that. And a lot of the trade routes that came from northern Africa, that went from the Middle East,
fake
they went
Republic
into
of
India.
Bojo.
They heard stories of trade and relations and all that stuff. They brought that information back to Africa. None of this shit that you cited, any of those inventions, contributions are not solitary inventions, and there are black inventors, but you couldn't name them. You went down the trope train because you're a fucking Hebrew Israelite. You're a fake fucking dashiki wearing motherfucker. You are not black. You are not black American. You said so yourself that you lived in Cuba, that you were an international businessman, and then you said you wanted to rape my kids. That's what you said.
I'm living in Cartagena, Colombia, and Medellin, and Ohio, and Atlanta, and Houston, bitch.
Again, Tashiki had.
And you can't even get your line right, dude. Go on. Look how you're
lining to be it. You're not an American. I don't give a fuck.
You're not. You want to be in your
I get moved for interrupting him, but I mean, I got that shit. That's a weird room. That this piece of shit.
What time till you don't stop. I got you though, Brad. He stopped. Go ahead.
Again, he's fake. Again, this fake fucking Hebrew Israelite shit is just bullshit. You guys aren't fucking taken seriously. America doesn't take you seriously. No one wants to take you seriously. Your biggest contribution, your biggest invention, because you are not black, sir. You are not black American. You are just a fucking piece of shit that was a failed abortion attempt. You, all you're good for is standing on a street corner in New York City when you get to go visit all the successful people and you're screaming, I'm going to be important someday, fuck me. And you step in line and then you go to private little motel rooms so you can suck off of your other Hebrew Israelite faggot fucking pieces of shit. That's all you're good for. And the sooner that black women realize that you are just a vile piece of shit, that better off they're going to be. Yeah, you got that, right? Because you said you wanted to rape women on this stage. You said it. You said that. So now we know what you are. You're Pookie. You're the black man that black women talk about on this fucking end. You're the piece of shit that they don't want. They don't want you in their communities. You're the percentage, the 95% that seem to touch young black girls when they're fucking 3 years old. You're that type. We know who you are. Everybody does. That's why you're not in America. Stay the fuck out of my country and stop trying to compare yourself to black Americans. Because definitely, black Americans fucking stand heads and shoulders above any fucking piece of shit. You ain't gonna beat shit, motherfucker. You ain't going to beat shit.
Guys, come on.
But he's not saying anything, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just having fun.
It's cool. I appreciate you guys. I'm full with that. We're gonna move on from this subject. I know Creed wanna come on stage and do a fucking TED talk. At most 3 minutes.
Both of these guys.
What happened?
Yeah.
Why don't they go to their home
Free.
room?
I'd like to apologize, Free, because I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
After hearing Brad, but I just wanted to say that I put in the chat from MIT 300 Years of African American Innovation, and the Department of U.S. Patents has an entire section. But after hearing Brad, I'm gonna be quiet and go on mute.
Well, damn. Oh, wait. Time out. This is a moment to reflect on. Yes, Creed has chosen not to speak. And no offense, Creed. I don't know what's happening to you. Maybe Charlie Kirk changed you or something. I don't know what the fuck. But I'm glad that the new man you become. I really respect that. Back to the topic. Lisa, you was trying to say something earlier? Lisario?
I was trying to respond to a guy.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Berekabeg, this guy, said that us Mediterraneans, Italians basically, Romans, are not white. I don't know what this guy, where this guy studied, but Italian people are white. The Romans
So, Rick,
are
the
white.
cheat sheet is that anybody does some great in history, they're black. So that's how you know that they're black. That's what the cheat sheet is. That's the logic behind it with the belief. Yeah, the belief system is that anyone who has done some great in history is black. So the Egyptians, the Moors, any group that has done some that has transcended civilization, yeah, that's what they believe.
I'm very sorry to but these people don't live in reality. I mean, I am sorry for them. That's all I want to say. And also, it's not a competition between me and Cypher. Just Cypher, I understand what you're saying, but it is undeniable, and it would be stupid to deny the fact that most of the inventions that we have today, like the radio, like the battery, like the discovery of the atom, and splitting the atom in two, and all this stuff, nuclear energy is coming. This stuff is coming from Europe and the U.S. too. Yeah, but from white people, and I'm sorry if you're affected by that. It is undeniable. If you have a different view, I respect it. I personally think it's not based in reality, but okay. Just to the guy in the chat, don't say the Romans are fucking black. They're not. I'm white. Okay. Okay. And I'm a direct descendant. I'm a direct descendant of the costume. Okay. Straight. My surname. The floor is the book. No.
Yeah, the one that fucked his cousin.
Seemed like an AOC relative.
No, he didn't fuck with them. It's okay.
No, but Rick, like, are you saying that you're a white person? Zion. Okay, I want you to, do you know the etymology of that word? Rick, slow down. I'm not training. But do you know the etymology of that word?
I know.
Do you know the etymology of the word white? Do you know the etymology of it?
Etymology.
Yes, do you know what etymology means?
And of course, English is not the first language. You can enlighten me on that, please.
Okay, I put it in the chat, but you can also Google it. The etymology of the word, the English word, which is originally W-I-G-H-T, comes from the Old English word wit, meaning living being, creature. Hold on. Living being, creature, traces back to the Proto-Germanic whites, and ultimately the Proto-Indo-European root word wiki, which meaning thing or cause. Like you could really unpack that. I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't really use that word. Like, black doesn't describe me. I'm actually cinnamon colored, rather handsome and dapper, right? But Negro would probably be more accurate, right, for the description of me.
Negro is Latin. I'm sorry, Negro is Latin.
Right. But Negro would come from the word like nugget or the nigget, right? And if you look up that word, that's more accurate because the vulgar tongue, allow me to finish, the vulgar tongue perversed it from nugget, nigget to the nigger, the nigga, and the nigget, right? So if you look up the word, the etymology of the words, etymologies give you the roots of where these words originate from, right? So when you're talking about you're white, then you're calling yourself a thing or a creature. That's where they would probably come up with the word mankind versus man or human.
Listen, the word nigga or nigger comes from the word negro, which is Latin, which means black. Okay. About the word white, well, I don't use. I'm Italian. I use bianco. Bianco is white in Italian, and also Latin, straight derivation from the Latin. And I don't know about this white etymology stuff. What I know for sure is that when in 55 BCE, Julius Caesar went to England, they called the word English, comes from how he called the people that were in there, and he called them Ingrilis. From there it became English, which is the English that we know today. Ingrilis is like the transliteration would be somebody who transforms into a rat, because actually were the Romans that brought actual civilization to, modern Western manners, let's say, into England at that time. And because they didn't even have toilets and stuff, and so they saw these people very dirty and stuff, and so we thought to civilize them.
Have you really studied white history
and export
and your hygiene,
Can I finish?
your origins, your politics, and where they come from?
No, wait a second. The hygiene of the modern Western world comes from the Rome.
No.
Okay?
No. Yeah, and have you looked at the Roman bathhouses and their hygiene?
Goddamn, of course.
Okay, unpack that for us. What does it look like?
Okay.
Isn't that where a lot of diseases came from?
Yeah, they would drink their urine.
No.
You guys didn't wash your bodies in the European Middle Ages, the Dark Ages?
Absolutely not. You're so wrong. What you're referring to the French people. Can I finish? Am I allowed to finish? No. Am I allowed to finish or no? Okay.
Go ahead.
What you're referring to the French people that indeed did that, and that's why also we have the best perfumes that come from France. Even today, because they were trying to hide this bad smell, and this is true.
Everyone is getting old.
Wait a second, and this is true. But actually, the real, let's say, the hygiene, modern hygiene, how we wash ourselves today, how we go to the toilet, the toilets and all the different versions of the baths, and the Roman baths, the stuff that comes from the Roman times. And actually, there was an emperor that was called Vespasiano. Okay. They actually invented the public toilet. Yeah. And even today in Italy, we call them Vespasiani. This type of toilet, we call it Vespasiani. It was invented by us, together with all the different, how do you call this? I'm sorry, I don't have a very rich vocabulary in English.
It's not true. It's a very small percentage of Americans.
Referring to the different states
the aqueducts. Well, I'm sorry. No, but wait. I understand. Maybe they have a crossing or something like that. I'm talking about the modern way. Egypt certainly didn't have the modern means of
There was a man, you know, a long time ago.
This really has something similar, but it's for sure. But you can't compare what was done by the Romans.
I think that they're the ones that even call the Roman. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. They didn't understand. They don't understand what you said.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
What did you say? I'm sorry. What did you say? What did you say? No. What did you say? What did
No,
you
I
say?
said that I believe that they even taught the Romans a lot of
They
these
taught the Romans.
inventions that you. That's why I said go ahead because you're not responsive to it. It's okay. I'm just filling up the chat with a lot of history.
And worded you in this room.
No. I understand. I understand all the cipher. I'm sorry. I understand. They could have had something similar to the Romans, or you are saying, okay, this is where they taught the Romans about this. I don't think so. If you think so,
You don't know a lot of the history that you're talking about. I can tell.
No, I know a lot of history. I was born here about this.
I literally unpacked you on the stage, and I'm putting evidence in the chat. You don't know much about any of this because there's no way that you could be telling the truth about your posture in history.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to make some point like this. Would you like me to create a medal?
Where does the word vandalism come from?
Post it on your chest. Would you like a special medal that you're correct? I mean,
No. What it does, though, Sean, it humanizes everybody. It definitely humanizes a lot of people where there's no superiority complex because there's nothing superior about it.
but when a white person
Your origin story is still
I'm the
it's
first
nasty.
white inventor of this blah blah blah, or the black inventor of this blah 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 blah, or if you're a member
Well, no, it just humanizes because
I'm sorry.
the narcissistic position, the genetic narcissistic position of white people is not founded in anything but fact.
You limit yourself to it being not black. You limit
No, it's not
yourself
about black. It's about it being
Trump is the president, so we want to help Trump so much because we love him so much. But government is very boring if there's no excessive spending. But the truth is, government should be boring. Government should be exciting. Government should be the source of an economy. Government should not be the source of all the net income across the S&P 500. It's a problem. Borrowing and spending by the government, by any government historically, is a problem. You have to fight back and have a balanced budget because that.
Charlie Kirk for an hour. You probably never listened to Charlie Kirk for even 1 hour. You probably never gave him a chance. Like the ignorance
I did.
is fucking real.
I agree with him on some different points.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was ignorant.
It's not just the other. The issue is that all I hear coming out of your life and other people like you, like Mike as well, is that you want to constantly point fingers and compartmentalize, whether it be sexual preference, color, whatnot. It comes from the party of your liberal asses. Now,
I'm not liberal. I'm not liberal at all. I'm not liberal.
That you can play either way. And
No.
Get to work in public.
No, it's not even independent. I'm more conservative than anything.
I'm just saying everything. Okay.
You're trying to because you're assuming shit.
I understand then what conservatism is. It's like the same. You're like the same.
Listen, I have more conservative views than you probably do.
Right wing. You know what?
Oh no, not at all. You're painting that. See how you're saying shit that I'm not saying.
Next
You
week,
know the difference from
donated.
a leftist
But do you see how you're
Consolidate.
to a radical to an extremist? There's 3 levels.
An extremist, a radical, an extremist? Why is it that you need to be in that position?
I'm not painting you in a position. I'm just saying you basically are speaking text-based form on every level where you come from and what you're saying. Everything you're saying screams.
No, you don't.
You're not.
Let me tell you though.
You're nowhere near the
I
right
want you to
side,
put your
bro.
foot in your mouth.
You're not even halfway.
Yeah, I want you to put your foot in your mouth.
You're left. You can call
I'm
yourself
more conservative than anything.
hold on. Maybe at best, maybe you can call yourself middle left, but you're not.
Middle left.
Right?
I mean, is that the way
Cypher, real quick, do you want to deny?
That's being kind.
Cypher,
We wouldn't say compartmentalizing. There's
You need to feel good about that.
no, I think there's a lot of stuff you're providing that makes it really easy to figure out who you are. You can say whatever.
You don't know who I am. I can tell you who I am, and you don't want to fucking
You're still in shit.
compartmentalize me because you're feeling insecure about your disposition in this conversation. You're feeling really insecure. I can feel your insecurity like moisturizer coming from the previous scene that I'm looking at, right?
Frustrated.
Right? So I can see your position because you're insecure about what it is that I'm saying, or you don't know how to figure me out. You put me in a box and make yourself feel comfortable about it, but I can tell you who I am. I can tell you what I'm doing. I can tell you exactly what I feel, my thoughts are, and you don't have to tell me that. You're not in a position to tell you that.
For black inventors when everyone else in chat was actually providing the answers and you weren't even reading them. I don't think you can even read.
Dude, I was actually having a conversation and giving the facts, and then I also put horse you in the fucking chat and you just feel insecure about your position. That's all.
Stop writing your. Stop writing.
It's insecurity. That's all it is. I feel it. I understand. I understand that you're insecure about it. It's okay.
Sean, real quick, Cypher, I wanted to talk to you real quick. Do you want to deny all the inventions that I've mentioned regarding the radio, regarding the battery, regarding all the stuff that I mentioned before, that came actually out of Italy and out of Europe? I understand you have a different point of view on what the Romans did with the Egyptians, and some things might even be true, some of them, of course, not all of them. But do you want to deny all the inventions that I mentioned before?
Rick, did you hear what I said earlier? Yeah. But Rick, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said earlier about that?
Say it again.
What I said earlier? No. Did you
I don't
hear?
remember. You
Yes or no?
said many things. I heard a lot of things. I don't know what you're referring to.
So you wasn't paying attention. So I'm going to tell you what I said. I'm going to tell you what I said, right? I said, you know what? I said, yeah, you have to listen. I said, you know what? You can have that. I'm going to just give that to you. I'm not even going to debate you.
Okay.
That's what I said about a half an hour ago.
It's okay.
Like, I don't care. Like, right? It means nothing because it doesn't take away. Hold on. It doesn't take away from the fact that Black Americans' contribution to the modern civilization is where we're at today because of our inventions. It doesn't take away from the 50,000 patents that are known. It doesn't take away from the millions more that have been stolen from us, right? But it's not about. Here's where I'm gonna humble you at. It's not even about black and white in this. Yeah, but hold on a second. I'm gonna get out the way. Creed. Yeah, I'm gonna get out the way. Creed. I'm gonna let you cook. But here's the thing. The overall situation I'm really getting at. See, I like pissing some of you guys off because I know there's an inferior and insecure complex that creates white supremacy and racism. And I get entertainment from it. I really, truly do. Right? And I love triggering you guys. But more importantly, because I have a very mixed and diverse family that is white, Latino, Black, and I am a Black American Negro. Right? So that being the case, I really am for the human advancement. Right? What's holding us up is this race issue. And this race issue is a white issue. It's something that you guys invented. And you have to deal with it. What Black people have to do also is heal from it. I'm in the business of healing my people. Oh no, yes, you can after I'm done. After I'm done, you can. I am in the business of healing my people from it. And my people just isn't limited to skin color. What I am doing by way of telling you guys the truth is humbling you to your humanness. There's nothing superior about your position. Because if I unpack European history, it is very grotesque. It is very diabolical and fucked up. And it can be just as fucked up as African history could be, just as Chinese history could be, as Asian history could be, just as human history actually fucking is. So the only thing I'm really doing outside of having the entertainment of pissing people like Brad off and other motherfucking racists on the stage, I love that. I do. I may call me immature or anything, but I love getting you guys so riled the fuck up. Because what thing's going to happen is two things for sure. There's enough information online that your children are going to access that they're going to be very humble by the doubt. And they're going to be pissed off of the comments and the rhetoric and the recordings that they're going to hear from their immediate parents and their ancestors as they start to delineate from wanting to even be whites or even married within their own fucking space. You guys are breeding yourself out. Your white supremacy is on a self-destructive course of no return, right? And what will be remembered of you in history, I'm landing it right here. What will be remembered of you is nothing nice. It's going to be everything that you have to defend in the future and make sense of. You have to reconcile that.
Okay, real quick, I'd like to respond if possible. I respect your opinion, I absolutely don't agree with that, and actually, I would like to really correct you on one thing that you just said. You said that this division thing.
Yeah, and I'm like just now in that arena of like dipping my toes just barely into the water. You know, talking with people but I'm gonna stick to my commitment. This is our last year of high school. We don't have very long to go.
I'm gonna play for you guys. It's a tribute for all the strong women. Give me a second. There you go.
Okay.
We need more strong women on Clubhouse. Like you guys all.
Puta madre.
Did you broadcast everything and all? But most of them are dead. They got killed.
I don't know.
I'm gonna shut up.
You know, the thing of it is, my husband and I, we had those conversations, and he knew the kind of person that I was, and I knew the kind of person that he was, and we both agreed that we wanted each other to move on and find someone else, and so that's always been my plan. I just, priorities, you know, I needed to make sure she was okay. I needed to make sure I was a good example of handling the grief in a healthy way and making sure that she did. So, yeah, that's kind of where I've been. And, you know, I feel like grief is, I've made this analogy a couple times. People are probably tired of hearing it, but this is kind of how I feel about, like, the grief with him. When he died, it was like walking a tightrope, and you've never walked a tightrope before. You fall a lot, and sometimes they're really big falls that hurt, and sometimes they're little tiny falls that are more like stumbles. But you just keep walking that tightrope, and over time, you get better and better at walking the tightrope. You still fall, and sometimes they're still big falls, and more often than not, they're little stumbles, you know, but they get fewer and farther between. And that's kind of what my experience has been like. If I have a bad day, I just let myself have a bad day. And then the next morning I wake up and I say, okay, you had your bad day, now fake it till you make it. And somewhere along the way, you quit faking it and you're actually feeling it again, you know?
Feeling that mojo, positive vibration,
That's really
coming
understandable.
up my
I mean, sometimes you
kundalini
force yourself because
spine.
your brain knows how to function and how it should be,
But how it is really different from how it should be. Like you try to force yourself to think your emotions. And you do after a while, but it's really nice that you have reached that stage that you can feel the feeling and not thinking. It's really nice. I wish for like more progress for you and also a blessing from God for all your family.
It's not true. It's a very small percentage of Americans.
Yeah, actually, thank you for sharing your story. It's actually, I now I love it here. Like I'm happy that it's doing Clubhouse. So people like me through their lives and they're the real people, real deal. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. And Mary, I'm gonna send you a back channel to the house that you can join. It's a private house. Where we usually have coffee and everything every morning. That way when you do pop on, if you want a safe place to come, you'll have a place to go.
Thank you very much. That's nice.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about weirdos sitting in the audience under anonymous, streaming the room to YouTube.
Correct. Very correct.
If you can say it is not true. Free beer tomorrow, everybody. It's a safe
Well,
space.
on that note, happy Tuesday to the room, happy Tuesday to the space. And I hope everybody's having a beautiful day. Serendipity, thanks for that share. And I just wanted to add, because you said something that I could relate to. My mom was the same way after my father died. She sold our family home, and we grew up in that house. You know, I mean, that was her first home when she was in her early 20s. And my parents were married for over 30 years. And when he died, she was like, I don't want to be here. So she sold the house. So I get it.
Yeah, yeah. That was probably the one extreme thing that I did. Was just get rid of everything that we owned. It was just like goodbye. But I was mostly well behaved after that. I had a good example too, like helping my sister through her own tragedy in some weird sort of way prepared me for dealing with my own. Alright. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hey, baby, you need to stick something about Israel or Palestine's in that title. Get people to come back in your room.
JB had a huge room today. All the black clubhouse icons came to the room. It was pretty epic. One by one, like Ion, Donnie. It was wild. I was like, wow, look at the OGs of Clubhouse. Specifically the black OGs of Clubhouse in this room. It was insane.
We were into people and
Well,
allies, and we've done more.
I had your room before that, but someone was in there whose name I won't say. I'll tell you later.
And the people
Was in the room, and I'm like, I'm kind of mad at this person right now, and so I didn't trust my emotions. I didn't trust him to say something crazy, and you were on the entire room, so I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go leave and mind my business. Nobody needs that energy.
You gotta back channel me a name.
John, what are you doing in here?
Hey NY. Hey Serendipity. Hi BB.
Hi, John.
You had something slick to say to me the other night in JB's room under this Jaya account about my church submission and Doctor Who. What did you say? Stop spending so many hours watching Doctor Who. What I'm thinking, why do you care?
Well, because I know the value of a book. And I'm in a book club. And so, I spend a lot of time in churches and synagogues. But I got to tell you, when I read a good book, it's better than, all those experiences. So I was just trying to make the point that saying you're going to go to church or talking about the, Doctor Who, though it may be a good show. I'm just saying books is where it's at.
Yeah, have you read The Spook Who Sat by the Door?
Woo!
I didn't think so. Well, add that to your book list.
The United Nations says it's a genocide in Gaza.
Oh, wow. High resistance.
Nobody ever accused the United Nations of being right.
Hey,
They're
resistance.
right, because leading Holocaust historians, even the Israeli ones, have said it's a genocide. And they seem to know a lot more than you and most Israelis.
Hey, resistance. What are you
I'm
gonna?
not Israeli.
Resistance.
I didn't say you were.
Bibi must not be by his phone, because I feel like he would have something to say to you right now, sir.
Well, most of them haven't had anything to say. They're not even opening rooms about it because they're trying to avoid the fact that the world has now proclaimed Israel as the terrorist state that they are, and they're committing genocide.
Hey, resistance. Can I ask you a question? This is Jaya. I just want to know if you were elected to Congress or became the president of the United States, what would your top priorities be for we the people? Thank you very little, resistance.
My top priority will be to get all of the illegal white immigrants out of America.
Hey, Resistance, are you happy?
Not particularly right now with the genocide going on funded by America and the Israeli government.
Really?
I have a
What
question.
affects your day-to-day life?
I have a question for Resistance. Do you know Yasser Arafat?
I didn't know him personally. No, I didn't.
Do you
Hey,
know him now?
Are you asking me, do I know who he was? Or are you asking, do I know him? Which one?
Do you know him and have you followed his career?
So,
Or not?
no, I don't know him. Once again, do I know who he is and what he was and what he stands for? Yes, I do.
What do you think of that?
hey, Mary,
What do you think?
Mary, are you from Iran? Do you speak Farsi?
Yes, I do.
Oh, دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
Sorry?
I said دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
Oh, you're saying that about attention. I miss you too.
Yeah, so good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's nice to meet you. But yeah, I just wanted to know if, I mean, Resistance is anti-Israel and it's, I mean, in his mind it's
Well, I
terror.
just got back. I was picking up my little girls. Hold on. I just got back.
I figured you
Hold
were
on.
like, Resistance was talking hella smack.
Can you guys hear me?
You call the troops smack?
Hello? Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I just got back. I was picking up my little girls from school, and the room title's Let's Talk About Life. It's not to have people come in and attack any of the people on stage or the room or whatever, and it's kind of not a political room, so I'd like to keep it that way. We're trying to actually have a normal room and keep all of the hate rhetoric out of this room.
So I'm wondering if I could reserve 60 seconds of everybody's life to talk about life and read a poem to you about life.
Oh, my God, here we go.
I mean, maybe it'll make Resistance a little happier because I'm just
So the
having a
genocide is
strong
not
note
impacting
of
people's lives
depression
today.
and
That's not what's going on in life right now.
instability.
I mean, I saw you joining earlier. I think you should have said everything you wanted to say. So, I mean, Bibi is right. I mean, even though I wanted to talk further
Well,
about
they silenced me earlier. That's what they usually do when someone's telling the truth about the Israeli terrorist state.
I mean, to be honest, I understand where you're coming from, but your argument it was not very strong. But I don't want to make it political, even
No, my argument is always strong. That's why they always silence me.
It's always strong, though. that's a very low probability. I mean, mathematically speaking, you cannot always be wrong, right, or strong, but it's okay. Just accept it as face value.
Well, moderators, I'd just like 60 seconds to read this beautiful poem from the Persian poet Rumi.
Well, yeah, you know what? Beyonce named her daughter after that poet. So go ahead. I don't mind. I mean, it's BB's face, so I don't want to speak for him. But if it's light, on topic, go ahead, Jaya.
How does a part of the world leave the world? How can wetness leave water? Don't try to put out a fire by throwing on more fire. Don't wash a wound with blood. No matter how fast you run, your shadow more than keeps up. Sometimes it's in front. Only full overhead sun diminishes your shadow, but that shadow has been serving you. What hurts you blesses you. Darkness is your candle. Your boundaries are your quest. I can explain this, but it would break the glass cover on your heart, and there's no fixing that. You must have shadow and light source both. Listen and lay your head under the tree of awe. When from that tree feathers and wings sprout on you, be quieter than a dove. Don't open your mouth on Clown House for even a coo. When a frog slips into the water, the snake cannot get it. Then the frog climbs back out and croaks, and the snake moves toward him again. Even if the frog learned to hiss, still the snake would hear through the hiss the information he needed, the voice underneath. But if the frog could be completely silent, then the snake would go back to sleeping, and the frog could reach the barley. The soul lives there in the silent breath, and that grain of barley is such that when you put it in the ground, it grows. Are these enough words, my clubhouse friends, or shall I squeeze more juice from this poem? Who am I, my clubhouse friends?
So okay, now that you keep poking and pushing, so let's talk about it then. Is Islam a problem for the world, or is a world a problem for Islam?
When we're talking about Israeli terrorism in the United States.
Well, let's talk about the real terrorists. So not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims. Let's talk about that.
The guy who killed Charlie Park, was he Muslim?
That wasn't a terrorist attack. That was a terrorist attack.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was an assassination.
He was a Christian terrorist.
It was an assassination. No, he wasn't. That was an assassination. That was an assassination.
No, it wasn't. Charlie Kirk is not no politician.
You don't have to be a politician to be assassinated. You know you
yes,
don't.
You do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
How stupid are you, bro?
No, you're stupid.
You don't have to get assassinated.
Politicians. He got killed.
Let's say he wasn't a politician, but Yasser Arafat was. And you said that
Yasser Arafat was a politician.
Did you follow his career and do you agree with him or not?
I think we should go back to ask, like, why are you so anger resistant? Why?
Because the Jews are committing genocide in Gaza, and people are whitewashing it, and they agree with me.
Yeah.
See, Bibi, it's not just why is he so angry, it's really why is he so stupid? What happened to this man's brain and his development and on his journey in life? Who hurt you, resistance? Who hurt you, sir? You are no gentleman. You are a racist. You're a bigot. You're a homicidal maniac! You attack people on the streets, sir! You're a violent man! You are a domestic terrorist, sir!
Weak-ass tactics. Why are you using weak-ass tactics trying to shut down resistance? He's correct.
He's a domestic terrorist that I've reported into the FBI for promoting terrorism, supporting terrorism, and spreading terrorism communication amongst the people of America in Clown House, sir!
Jaya, stop trolling. Be serious for a minute, man.
How are you guys treating children's blood, mingling their flesh complex without
Who the fuck's drinking children's blood? Are you honestly normal, Rena? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're posting in your PTR like you're on fucking Grindr and you want to act
You're
serious.
hated for a reason.
No, but
Grindr was created by
you're hated because you think you have a reason.
You would say
Listen, this ain't Grindr, homie. You ain't gonna find a date in this fucking room, and nobody drinks children's blood.
I get more women than you can imagine.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Take your ass.
On top bullshit. You're on Grindr.
Take to Europe, motherfucker.
I'm from Africa, fucking moron.
That 109 had fruit
I'm from Africa. I was born in Africa.
Everybody's tired of you fucking clowns.
I mean, just move it over the thing.
Not Israel. You don't have the DNA. You're not
From
fucking
and they usually
They
don't
shut the fuck
call
up.
it
You're
as
a European.
Shut the
White.
fuck up.
That's not your land. You're a
I was
colonizer.
born in Africa, you clown.
Nobody gives a fuck.
I was
what you
born
say.
in Africa, you clown.
Shut the fuck up. Charlie Kirk. Why was there a Jewish man who got arrested at the shooting?
Whoa, Seymour, bro. We're not gonna go with
Why
that
was an
racist
Ashkenazi
shit, bro.
Jew there? Answer the question.
Why doesn't he shut the fuck up?
Well, Seymour only does that because he sucks big black dick. That's why.
You guys got no respect, eh? You try to ruin this maze.
Why would anybody
Talking about life.
Why
You
would
start lying about drinking babies. Like, shut the fuck up, you grinder fucking troll. Honestly.
he's
Who else
reading
wants to
from
go down next? Honestly. You guys, you don't respect spaces. You don't respect there is women talking in here, and right away you want to talk about politics that you know nothing about. Nothing. You guys, none of you fucking fools have ever been to Israel. Ever. You will never go.
I've been to Palestine.
No, you haven't. You liar. You've already admitted that. You're a liar. You've never been there. Oh my God.
Because it doesn't exist. I've been to
This
Palestine.
guy's such a fucking liar, bro. Booty clapping fucking whore. Shut up. You and your grinder buddy. I didn't know you would actually have the balls to bring your fucking boyfriend on Clubhouse and expose yourselves. Wow. There was women talking. The title says let's talk about life, not about how you hate Jews.
Don't get
You're
angry.
thinking that you're not obsessed with fucking Jews on this app.
I mean, you have the right to get angry, but don't get angry. He was reading from a script, and they don't argue. And I mean, he confidently said that his arguments are always strong and right. So he's not right in the head. So don't argue with this.
No, I have a problem. There's 3 women on stage, and then honestly, Seymour, that's stupid, bro. Honestly, you're dumb too. Calling him a porch monkey, you fucking racist. Like, you don't even deserve to be on the stage either. It's like, fuck. Throwing stones while you live in a glass house. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And that's the problem. That's what we deal with every day, just by being Jewish. You know how, like, you know what I was thinking about what you were saying, Sharona. You come to the app, and it was, you know, it was kind of a way to, like, be you without being you, right? And until you actually built up being you and telling people your story. Well, Jews come to the app right away, either their name or who they hang around with, they automatically get attacked. Just by anything. We're having a you guys are having a conversation about, like, beautiful things about life, we're talking, it was so beautiful, the story you were talking about, you know what I mean? Everybody's on stage, like, actually having a normal combo, and then you have people, and I went to my daughter's school, pick up all my little girls, I come back and I hear you guys, and it's like kind of in the matrix, and I'm hearing this guy, and I'm like, I hope they're okay. So I buckle up my kids, and I get in the car, and I can hear it, and I'm like, what the fuck? They don't have common courtesy, no respect, and the problem is, they don't cherish women, they don't respect women in a way, like, and I don't understand, like, their father didn't jerk off on a rock and son hatched them. They were all brought here because of women, but yet they don't have the common decency to respect, like, the stage, the space, women speaking about something. They want to rail it and bring their hate. The reality is, somebody asked them a smart question, why are you angry? Why are you fucking angry?
Yeah.
You know,
You have every right
it's
to
your
be angry.
choice.
These people are
It
just
is not.
and
You
they
don't have every right.
for shit.
You don't have that right. You have the choice to come to this app and to be angry or to spread your anger. It's your choice to come here and to listen to it. Accept personal responsibility and self governance, and most of these problems will resolve on their own. However, some people want to come here and spread their hate, spread their anger, spread their frustration, but they don't have any actual solutions to fix the hate that they're spreading. So if you don't have tools, I would recommend you get a book. I'm in a book club.
I don't believe it's gonna solve on its own. There's a mental mind virus that's going around, and unfortunately, a lot of people are infected by it. We see it every day on the side. It's prevalent, and I only know of one cure, and I don't want to say it because I can just tell you it's there's a lot of brass in it, but other than that, there's no cure.
It's got to be miserable waking up every morning thinking about how much you hate people.
Absolutely. I wake up, I want to see what's on X videos, Pornhub, man.
Much of this
maybe
is
they got a new feature actress.
Much of this is just dopamine because the population is an index of psychosis. And so let's say 20% of the population is suicidal or homicidal, or 10% or 5% or 1%, whatever that number is. You have to realize that this Charlie Kirk assassination and the Free Palestine movement have a lot of homicidal, suicidal people going crazy on social media because they want that dopamine. They need that dopamine because they probably are depressed. So the likes and the retweets and the hate speech, which gives them that dopamine bump, is because they probably are suffering from depression. However, that doesn't.
Where did we go wrong that hate gives us extra dopamine? Where did we go wrong as humans? I thought it was exciting, like going on a roller coaster, seeing a pair of titties at a bar, a girl seeing a guy walk jogging down the road with a nice ass, like, and then now it's hatred that gives us dopamine? Where did we go wrong?
It is a combination of software and hardware. It's Apple and Microsoft, it's Meta and Google, and your cell phone. Your cell phone, the reason why it's called a cell is because it's a prison. And many people on this app are trapped in that cell. And the truth is, you have to bring light into that cell. Everything can be broken down into the metaphor of a house. That's why Clubhouse is so popular, because your life is, we're technically a people at houses. And you have many rooms in your house that stores many different tools, or that you're storing. So people on this app are either intentionally doing it, they are psychotic and they are delusional, or they are just hyper polarized political people. It's a wide variety of people. I've recorded it all for many years, as you know. This is Jaya. I am complete.
Cells. Okay, you can bring in too deep to it. So what are you Jewish people gonna do about your leadership, and how are you getting rid of them? So because they're making you look bad.
What are you gonna do about it? More important.
What am I gonna do about it? Well, you don't want me to get involved. That's your.
Why not?
Question.
No, it's not. It's not your one question. So your nose. No, it's not my leader. It's the leader of Israel. So what are you gonna do about it? What? Hold on. Can you? Hold on. Take the pacifier, put it back in your ass.
Go ahead.
And answer the proper fucking questions. You're sounding like a whiny little bitch. I'm not a coward. I'm asking you direct questions. You don't know how to answer them.
You don't give respect, motherfucker.
Bullshit.
That's not how this shit works.
Bullshit. It is how it works. You're in my house. The leg is
you got a sneaking star of a fake fucking country that is
Tell me.
100.
How?
How many 4cm you might say there?
Okay, let's talk normal for a sec. Okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. Calm down. Okay?
Yeah, I love Hitler. He didn't do enough.
Tell me more. Hold on. Nobody interrupt this guy.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah. So you're not even a real Jew, bro. You're not even a real Jew.
Tell me more. I know you're gonna tell me I'm European next, but I was born in Africa. You failed.
Doesn't matter, motherfucker. And you
tell me more. Tell me more about how you love Hitler and how Hitler didn't do enough. Tell me more about the hate. Please educate me.
Okay, let me educate you.
Yeah.
In America, guess what? This so-called hate speech bullshit is free speech. Doesn't matter. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say.
Tell me more.
I'm a coward. I've already been banned off of shit 28 fucking times, bro. I don't give a shit about this.
Don't interrupt them.
You people don't matter. You people don't matter. You can record me all you want.
No, nobody's recording you.
The judgment is coming to you. The judgment is coming. There's nothing.
Let it out, little boy.
I've had hundreds of debates with clowns like you.
Let it out.
Let's break it down.
Let
Let's
it
break
out.
it down. Let me make it very simple for you.
You don't know how to debate. All you do is like to hear yourself speak.
97% of the DNA in Israel, shut up, I'm talking, is European. Why is it that you guys are sterilizing the black Ethiopian Jews over there? Can you explain that?
Who's
Why
sterilizing
is
who?
Why is baby
What are you talking about,
using the
bro?
Hannibal, listen, you'll learn something. Using the Hannibal directive, he murdered his own people on October 7th. He said out of his own demon mouth that this is our 9/11. This is what he said. It's a false flag attack. Get the fuck out of here. This is what you guys did on 9/11, the dancing Israelis. Larry Silverstein, yeah, he took terrorism insurance 2 weeks before the 9/11 towers were hit. There's always a Jew. Why is there always a Jew when there's a terrorist attack on this country?
So when you woke up this morning without a heart on, let me guess, you blame the Jew, right?
Every freaking time. They said you keep laughing because you're asking, the only place you can be able to live is Mars, you clown. The whole world is tired of you.
I didn't see you have to give it to him. It's so funny.
No, it actually is very comical. And the whole problem is, this is the problem. The problem is, this is the problem. Shut the fuck up, okay? Goof while I talk, okay? Now, I let you speak. This is the problem. They think they're winning this propaganda narrative, but if anybody dares to click on a link, you know, when it says Free Palestine and all that bullshit, go into the comments and watch how many people are sick and tired of these motherfuckers. Sick and tired. And watch what's going to happen to them. Just how he just spit that hate rhetoric about Nazis and that Hitler didn't do enough and all that shit. They're all going to be either arrested, and they murder each other, that's what we know, right? It's not going to be a good end for them. But I don't have to belittle myself or lower myself to threaten you. You're doing it to yourself. That's the problem. And then you say that you debated over 100 people on this app and you've won. You've only talked without breathing. You'd probably be good at eating pussy. You might get a date because the way you can talk, without breathing. I heard you talk for like 3 minutes straight. It was impressive. I don't know if you were a swimmer or something, but you got really good lung control. You don't know how to debate because you don't know how. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to lower you. I'm going to drop you to the whole stage. Pardon?
You're a clown.
I'm going to get arrested? No, that's the problem. The problem is you don't understand the difference between free speech and hate speech, and there's a fine line and there's a responsibility that you still have to have while trying to
How am I getting
hate
arrested
rhetoric.
for what I said? Tell me.
Keep talking. And
How am I getting arrested for what I said?
Keep talking and I'll put
Baby,
I already said what I said.
let me talk.
keep talking.
You already said what I
Oh,
said.
because I'm pretty sure you just met us in this room right now, and I'm pretty sure, and you're probably extremely violent. You probably said way worse things.
Yes.
To other
Oh, yeah.
people.
Marcus,
Yes, I'm
you
extremely
said that you love Hitler. Am I correct?
I love it.
So, have you been to
Oh, wait, hold on. You know how many black people Hitler killed? Hold on.
That's how many English.
Hold on. You don't speak Hebrew, bro, so stop trying.
I do.
No, you don't. Listen. So, let me guess, you're PHI. How many people did Hitler, how many black people did Hitler kill? How many black people did Hitler kill?
Hey, guess what?
And you love Hitler, you just said. How many black people did Hitler kill? How many black men and women did Hitler kill?
I'll tell you. Guess what? How many people did BB kill?
No. I have said that. So you said that you love Hitler and you have never been to Germany. Have you ever tried saying this statement in Germany? So I want to know if you have done
It's
it.
an irrelevant question. I don't have to be in Germany to love the guy. Okay, I can appreciate what he did. You have to understand, everywhere you guys
He
go,
killed black
appreciate what he did.
children.
In Germany,
You're sick.
Germany has free speech, even freer than the United States. If you come to Germany, say that.
how am I getting arrested for what I said? Answer the question. How am I getting arrested for what I said? Switch
All
what
right,
you say.
keep talking.
It's
I am
illegal.
going to keep talking.
Okay.
Listen.
Keep talking.
2,000 years ago, you guys hijacked an ethnicity and a religion that doesn't belong to. Actually, I should say religion, not an ethnicity.
Oh, I already know, but this guy's a BHI. This guy's a BHI. No, he's a Israelite. Oh, so they're beyond brainwashed.
I was really hoping he would answer the question about how many blacks did Hitler kill, because I don't even know. I'm curious.
He can't. He's just talking to talk.
Yeah, he answered
ran
the
away?
question with a question.
He ran away? Yeah, he's not here.
Yeah, he ran away. He couldn't answer like that. The other guy, they usually answer a question with a question. They deflect. They cannot argue for shit, and they have nothing to back their arguments. And even though I'm not Jewish myself, I studied shit. Even my opponent's point, and these guys were talking shit. Like they have nothing to back themselves up.
Yeah, that was a lot of blah, 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 blah. I was just sitting back listening to all that, thinking to myself, I mean, I know the answer, but the fact that people are so obsessed with Jews is just so, it's so odd. It's disturbing on so many levels. It's damn near comical, too. It's like, the rage is just, it's mind-boggling to me.
Oh,
It's real. It's real.
Wait, was he talking? I thought he was just spitting all over his microphone to clean his phone.
He's practicing for his Grindr account. Oh, he's back. He's back. That's how obsessed he is. Yeah, I'll let you up if you can answer. How many black people Hitler killed?
Because Marcus has let me double check, the lone black woman on the stage. I'd like to know the answer to this too. How many blacks did Hitler kill? Because I've always heard it was none, but I know that can't be right. So if you're going to go on and on and on about Israel and terrorism and Hamas and blah, 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 and you appear to be black in your PTR, and you say you love Hitler, tell us educate me, how many black people did Hitler kill? I'm curious to know.
You won't come up now.
Yeah.
You heard a strong black woman speak. He heard a strong black woman speak, so he's intimidated. I even took out the hand raising for his loathing ass. I'll put it back on. I can bring him back up.
See, the problem is, what's the point of this room? What was the point of the room yesterday? What's the point of the room tomorrow? I mean, what's the point of this room right now?
Because we're just gathered to have conversations, just fun conversations about everything. About anything. Let's talk about life. But I think we can do that without being hateful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I've been listening for like 20 minutes now. I was just wondering when anybody's ever actually going to say anything intelligent related to the title.
We did do that for
Well, we
about
did
an
do
hour.
that for 2 hours, yeah. And we were talking beautiful things, and I came in off guard because, we're around children, and I wasn't ready to fucking get into it with somebody, so yeah. But, what was the point of you, John, going blah, 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 blah in the microphone? What was that point? Tell me.
I was just repeating back the stuff that I listened to for about the past 20, 30 minutes, that's all.
Oh, okay. I'm still curious, man. Let me do a simple grok. How many, hold on, how many black people
YouTube censorship.
were
Can't
killed
say anything censored. Hashtag by left-wing
Nazi
extremist Democrats on the
Germany
Trump platform.
or through the Nazi? Let's see. Curious. I remember the number, but I want to make sure. Okay, 220,000 to 500,000. That was not centralized systemically extermination program specifically aimed to exterminating all black people. Instead, the persecution involved discrimination, social exclusion, forced sterilization, imprisonment, forced labor. So you
walked into Gaza tomorrow, he'd be lynched just for the color of his skin. And he's booty clapping for them. That's the craziest thing. It's funny, they always scream, you're a king and fucking go back to Europe. I was born in Africa, you fucking clown.
Well, at what point do you think you'll realize that you're wasting your time?
I'm not, because I had meaningful conversation today. I got to
Oh, really, sir? Really? When do you think you'll realize what you're wasting your
great, my
time?
heart tingled. I got to shine a little bit of light. I played prayers this morning in my room. I played music. It made my world a better place.
John, as the guy with like 60 phones, I think that's a really good question to ask you. At what point in time will you realize that you're wasting a lot of your fucking time, way more than I'm wasting?
You know what's interesting is one of my phones, I've been using it so long, the actual YouTube background is burned into the face of the phone, and I am utterly amazed these phones can even do what they're doing. So when the phones burn out, when the money burns out, when the light burns out, that's when I'll know that I have completed my mission. My point is to make phones.
You don't think that people that are like for your campaign that they're gonna start asking like, I found you on YouTube and you're recording rooms and they hear you talking, do you think that they're gonna start questioning the mental stability? And I'm not putting you down. I actually like having
No, I think my ideas and my opinions and my analysis is absolutely accurate. Therefore, I'm not worried or ashamed about anything I've ever said on this app, sir. I think people who are recorded acting like animals on this app should be ashamed of their behavior and the words they say.
So you don't think people are gonna think you're violating people's privacy? And you keep asking every time you come into the room, like, what's the point? And that's a good point Mike asked. You have 60 points.
You think I'm worried about violating people's privacy while they make death threats here on this
I
app?
don't think you're worried about it at all. I don't think you care about anybody's privacy. But my whole point is you ask one room, what's your point? Well, you're recording with 60 phones.
Hey, John, I can tell you that Clubhouse has occupied fuck tons of more time for you than me. Fuck tons more. Probably 10 to 10.
I know, but see,
so every time you say that,
Mike,
I like you personally as well.
Mike, I'm
every
here.
Every time you quit, you say that stupid conversations are happening or why we're all wasting our time. It just reeks as absolute complete hypocrisy because you're like the spitting image of the like worst case scenario of Clubhouse usage. It's crazy. Like, where do you even come off thinking that somehow you're like not part of that systemic issue that you constantly talk about? I just don't understand.
Oh, many of you may not know who I am. I'm an artist, an actor, a producer, a filmmaker. You are just critics. I'm a true artist. You can go to my YouTube channel to check out my YouTube channels. I hope you enjoy videos of you, the critics.
Can I have your autograph, please?
I love you, man. I love you.
You're a total fucking weirdo. You make me feel really normal, and not very many people can do that, John.
I just wanted to tell you something, Bibi. I mean, as an Iranian, of course, I have faced a lot of trolls online, and I know what they do, especially a lot of them are paid by our government. But specifically when I look at this person, you got angry or like he's an idiot, of course, but he's a troll. I mean, he has 4 friends. He thinks that we should get rid of all vaccines, throw them all out together. And, I mean, he's a troll. Don't pollute your blood. I mean, there is a saying in Persian, we say don't pollute your blood. But, I mean, by allowing these kind of people get under your skin. And he was just reading from a script. If anybody paid attention earlier, he he was just rambling and reading from script, and he was not even thinking what he was reading. And it doesn't make sense, so don't get angry. I mean, we had a really good discussion, so maybe next time we can just kick them off of speakers or something.
Yeah.
Also about, Africans who resided in Germany. There is a place called Rheinland, and as far as I know this from one of my Kenyan friends. She said there were around 300 to 400 people that were sterilized in that place alone. So, I mean, yeah, Nazi Germany was a fucked up place to live in.
I would love to talk about life, breath, being at peace, feeling great, not having any pain in the body, having good food, access to sunlight and a gym, maybe a beach, maybe a boat. I'm talking about the good life, ladies and gentlemen.
So, are we going to talk about life right now, or?
I mean, it's here, so people are probably reluctant. Happy Toxic Tuesday, y'all. Hello, Yakov. Did I say that right?
Do I know you?
Yakov!
No, I don't think so.
Alright, I accept no credit, I take no blame.
See,
How do you not know serendipity, Yakov? You guys haven't met in room so many? What could that possibly be?
I don't know. You know, there's probability and there's possibility. So
Guys, I have to show you guys a picture. I met J-Lo in real life, so I'm gonna PTR the picture of when I met J-Lo.
shows her picture, so that's your permission.
Can anyone tell me what the word life spells backwards and how it sounds? Does it sound like evil to you?
It does, but I mean, if you want to talk about evil, you have to reverse the word love. Then you will find the real evil.
Oh, the opposite of evil is love!
Evil. Yep.
Indifference.
Indifference, exactly.
Indifference? Is that what love means? Really, indifferent? I'm feeling indifferent to you right now. You might say it's love.
It's an emotion. The opposite of love, which is an emotion, is indifference. No emotion.
No, I was talking about wordplay, because you were having a wordplay with life. So I was saying if you reverse love, you will find something even more interesting.
Hey guys, PTR. This is.
Show that. Thank you, Maddie. So my point here is that in life, you can't actually remove the evil from the equation, now can you?
What, Jania?
I was trying to say that the Tanya, sacred Jewish book of wisdom.
Not show the lines.
Helps what?
Not show the lines.
All I'm saying is, the man that killed Charlie Kirk is evil. Charlie Kirk was life and was good.
Charlie Clark.
Charlie Kirk. Can you not hear me, Yakov? Go get your Wi-Fi turned down. I'm not finished here either. Don't interrupt. We're at 350 signatures for the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. We only need 500 more, and I'm sure we're going to get it. So everyone who donated, you're getting a VIP exclusive invite to our March 7th. To honor the campaign donors, Yakov, that paid for the people in the district to go get the signatures on the petitions. I said don't interrupt, Yakov. Hold all questions to the end, young man. I'm not finished here, Yakov.
Are you getting you need a certain number of people to sign to be on?
Don't interrupt, Yakov. Hold all your questions to the end, Yakov.
He never shuts up.
Just hold your questions to the end, Yakov.
He's gonna be.
You know what rhymes with Yakov?
Congressman.
You know what rhymes with Yakov?
Now tell me, let me use your wide imagination. What rhymes?
So as I was saying, we're just a few hundred signatures away from getting on this March 17th petition ballot, and I want to let everybody know here on Clown House who donated. The biggest donors, Hikima. Can you believe it? Hikima and JB, two of the biggest donors to their campaign. And I can't thank you enough. And Danny, our crisis actress. Great work, Danny. Good job.
I got to meet J-Lo, look.
Wow, Danny.
What kind of character is that? I am not up on my cartoon characters.
I don't know, but I met them.
Ayla, where'd you get that from?
Clown Academy. I went out on a date with a girl once. She told me she actually went to Clown University. I said, "You downloaded Clown House?"
Someone dated you?
Yeah. We went to this beautiful bar
Wait, she
called
was a clown in
Stereo.
action?
She literally took out a $45,000 loan to go to comedy college. I was like, really?
You can just do that for free.
That's hilarious. You took out a loan and now you gotta file bankruptcy because you went to a comedy college? That's hilarious.
You can throw tomatoes at me for free.
Isn't that funny? She took out $45,000 to go to comedy college, Second City University.
I actually have
Third city now.
I have a question for Jaya. So, am I pronouncing it correctly? Or?
It's pronounced Jaya.
Jaya, okay. So, Jaya, are you promoting a campaign or something?
Yes, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'm running in the 16th District of Illinois against Darren LaHood for the Republican primary on March 17th. Go to johnforcongress.com.
You were thanking people for their donations, so I was wondering if you are live streaming this or...
Yeah, of course. Everything I do, I film. Why would I be here if I'm not recording what I'm doing? What a waste of time that would be. I'm running for Congress, and we're live streaming the whole campaign from my bedroom office. Isn't that exciting? The first congressman on YouTube. Wow, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. We live streamed our way into the halls of Congress, and we're not gonna stop.
I mean, it would be very hard.
And we're not gonna stop.
Gathered.
We're just gonna keep live streaming and filming as much as we can for the constituents, Mary, for the people of America, for you, for Clown World.
Nice, and I wanted to ask you if you have found a lot of donators or a lot of followers here who are going to vote for you.
You know what rhymes with donators?
I mean, have you found a lot of followers on Clubhouse, like people who are going to vote for you?
Oh yeah, we've been using Clubhouse in the campaign. Everybody who's been getting petitions has to go through the same onboarding process, and we have somebody else who actually wants to onboard as well today. We were supposed to do it at 1 o'clock, but he didn't text me, so People's schedules change, people's priorities change. It's the same everywhere, whether you're in the government or at a corporation or you're sitting in a hospice. It's all about priorities.
And how many people are you running against?
We are running against about 5 people. The incumbent Republican Darren LaHood, as well as another Republican and about 4 Democrats. But really 2 Republicans, because this is to find out who is the king of the clubhouse Republicans, aka the 16th district. We're here to find out. And it took grassroots efforts from people here on Clown House to help this campaign. We can't thank them enough, whether they wanted to or they didn't want to. Most people don't want to do anything. So what can you do but herd them into gates, open up a door and say, go, 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 go. That's it. That's all you can really do half the time. What kind of work do you do, Mary?
Well,
She works for Darren's campaign.
You work for Darren's campaign? Oh, you must know Dr. Adams and Matt Cool. They're too cool for school with their white America rooms every day where they drop the N-word casually and joke about it like little kids. They're pathetic. Oh. I'm not saying everybody's pathetic. I'm just saying when I say read a book and go to the gym, it's projection.
have anybody told you that?
No, part of self-governance and personal responsibility is reminding yourself by reminding others to go to the gym and read a book.
And I mean, I'm sorry for asking this because this is very unusual, but you are serious about this, and this is not a joke, am I right?
I know, it's hard to believe. He's acting too serious.
Oh, this is not a joke, Mary. You can go to johnforcongress.com. I mean, I'm on all the platforms across multiple accounts. This is 100% a real campaign, and if we get on the primary, there's a good chance we actually win. People are that disgusted with Darren LaHood and his leadership as a Republican congressperson, so I could be the Republican replacement in waiting. Jaya, aka John Kitover.
I think a lot of Republicans love the color, I would say, navy blue, and so maybe you can change your shirt. It will, I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think you will gather more followers that way.
Oh, I agree. We take a photo every day. That was just Friday night's photo. So I want to remind everybody that the debt per citizen has doubled in just 7 years. Funded debt has doubled in 7 years, 150,000 to 300,000 in 7 years for every taxpayer here in America. It only took us 7 years to double up, everybody.
It's unfortunate though that those guys had to come in the room though. I apologize to everybody. I'm a shit maker.
See, if you want a hard reset, and flush the toilet, it only takes a poem.
Has anybody ever campaigned on YouTube?
Oh, maybe you don't follow politics, but have you seen what AOC does? Have you seen what anybody does? It's all YouTube all the time, Instagram all the time. I don't even know do you even look at anything? Have you seen politics today?
No, I don't follow AOC.
I mean, if your campaign is targeting social media, a lot of users are Gen Z and they're on TikTok. So I guess maybe you are there, active there.
Maybe you've heard of this platform called X by Elon Musk. I don't know. I know a lot of Democrats are in here.
As an Iranian, I have definitely have grown up with X or Twitter. Yeah. But to be honest, I don't think you will gather a lot of followers here on Clubhouse. But I mean, it's okay. I mean, you do you, and I wish you the best.
What makes you think I haven't had tens of thousands of followers on this app, Mary? Who the hell are you?
Nobody.
Exactly! Well, I'm just saying life is opinion and the universe is transformation.
So is that you, the anonymous, that's in the audience, and then you're on stage as well?
Yeah, you can go to my YouTube channel to see how I'm filming everything over here. Again, I'm a filmmaker, politician, an actor, an artist. Got many roles, many titles. Do not record me without my permission.
People that are.
Do not record me without my permission.
Make your camping
Do not record me without my permission. You know, I just wrote a new song. It goes like this. Do not record me without my permission. Do not record me without my permission. You see it?
That's one of the movies.
Because since he started talking, more than half of people left.
Yeah. No, but he's recording it in the box. But how you stop that is you do this.
Boom!
To be honest, I thought that it was a joke. Like,
Because the song's
BB! Counter surveillance, counter intel proing me. Oh man, too funny. Bro, fuck ABC. What? Fuck ABC.
We have seen an alleged murder with.
Oh god. Puke. We're gonna play a couple little Free Ohm. Is he still going? BB can talk all day.
Thank you.
It's not true. It's a very small percent.
I'll send you a picture of it because it's in Hebrew. But I'll send you it right now. I just sent it to you in your back channel. It's a
The United States is a renegade country. Maybe we don't feel like that on the inside of the country, but I'm in a situation where I don't hear gunshots. And I know that people may not hear them generally in some parts of, I don't want to name any particular states, but because gun violence is everywhere in the United States, it actually really is, done by different people. But there's something that's been going on in the United States for a long time. It goes back way before I was born, because there was a handgun. The use of guns in the United States society, and before the U.S. and the Americas, came with the Europeans, basically. But there was a gun that some people may remember called the Saturday Night Special. And I've always wondered, where did this horrific name? Obviously, I think it pretty much implies that people used this gun to settle scores on Saturday nights, which is very sad, but I remember growing up hearing about pistols being called Saturday Night Special. This was like from the media. This is not from people that I knew personally. And my grandfather was a homicide detective, police officer, so. But this particular situation, okay. I worked in human rights and elections. I worked in Bosnia. I worked in a place called Srebrenica. I remember one time, well, it was not in Srebrenica, but in another community, another village nearby, where U.S. military was responsible for that part of Bosnia. This goes back to the immediate post-war time, and they had the S4 troops from NATO, stabilization force, they're called. And so I happened to be in a sector that was U.S. military S4 troops. And I'm working in the local municipal building with the local people. They're trying to reestablish their local government. And the main part of that was to reestablish the ability to vote, which I'm talking about November 4th, because that's at the heart. Everything that is at the heart, to show up to vote. Because you care, because you understand that's all they ask of you as a citizen. Well, not only that, but actually you need to run for office too, and you need to know what the issues are. But anyway, so these American soldiers come through on their patrol, and Lord have mercy, but this one soldier, he was carrying a firearm. The local people freaked out. They did not, I don't know how to describe it, but because they had just come out of an armed conflict where neighbors killed each other, a civil war. And it was against the rules of escort. They were not supposed to bring firearms into buildings their patrol, but this dude did, a young white American soldier. And everybody in the building noticed it. We are immune. We are not immune, impervious. We have forgotten something. To even talk about murder by gun, I don't care if it's hunting rifle or whatever. But the United States is off the track. And I had a total stranger, Scottish, white man, on a plane flight in Africa. Some years ago, this man, he decided to chat me up. I'm sitting by the window, the dude sits beside me. He started talking to me in the terminal, which is a regional terminal, and not an international flight, not a long flight. Nice person. And the dude says, when he finds out I live in Italy also, he says, well, you better stay in Italy because there's going to be a race war.
But what does this have to do with the question of whether the motive is necessary?
This violence, this kind of violence, I can't deal it, Gary. I think to my ear, it was sounding like you're doing both sidesism. And that's far from the way it actually is. It's so far. As a child, I witnessed 4 political assassinations, was it? President Kennedy, Malcolm X. Some people wouldn't count, but he counts.
So you're kind of making the point that I've been trying to make by suggesting that we have to tally up how many political assassinations were made of people on the left, and how many political assassinations have been made of people on the right, and that will give us a clear picture of where the ill is in our society. So if more people on the left and more people on the left,
me and one other black girl, we integrated our junior high and high school in Pennsylvania, and it's like so Republican and stuff. Some of these kids, I mean, I knew these people. They were not all friends of mine, and some of them were not interested in being friends with me because I was a black person. And here we are.
We know that there's racism that is ingrained in our society.
It's beyond that. It's beyond that. What it is, and Nancy McLean's book, Democracy in Chains, the deep history of the radical right's stealth plan for America.
So just to sum up, it does matter, and what matters is that the right is the dirty side of the aisle, because that's where all this is coming from. Is that your argument?
Okay. What I'm saying is that, as some people say, because I vote, but I just, it's really, this is like so complicated, so complex. But we have a 34-time convicted felon in the White House.
We know all that, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. We've discussed that ad nauseam on the stage. The question is, and if you could focus on the question, you said that you saw the title of the room, and you said that you saw the title of the room, and it prompted you to come up on the stage, and thus far, unless I am totally
invited on the stage. I was invited on the stage.
That's fine. I'm just saying, I don't know how you got on the stage, whether you were invited on the stage or whether you raised your hand. Great. That's great. It doesn't matter to me whether you were invited or not.
You spent 8 minutes. I have, I didn't finish what I was saying, but if this is the end of it, then I'll shut my mouth.
I'm not asking you to shut your mouth. I'm asking to try to bring this around and focus at the topic at hand, not whether Donald Trump is a felon.
Because this is not about this Robinson. What's his name?
What is it about? What is it about? Tell me very succinctly right now.
It's about the breakdown of the United States. And right now we're talking about a breakdown on the right, because this was not somebody from the left that shot this fellow.
Okay, you know that. You know that. You know that. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Judge Luttig, his own grandmother talked about the situation.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Have the FBI investigated. But let me make one more point, and then I'm going to leave it alone, because you want to see it a certain way. And
no, it's not that I want want to say it a certain way. I want you to address the issue.
Does not count.
I want you to address the issue.
Told us, Judge Ludwig said in the summer of 2022, after the January 6th killings, well, they were killings too, but the attack on the Capitol, where I used to work, he said that Donald Trump and his supporters and allies are a clear and present danger to America.
And that's why Charlie Kirk is dead today.
Yes, because he planned that whole thing.
Okay. So he was a victim of it. He was a victim of his support for the evil Republican.
Somebody quoted what he said about George Floyd, which was so tragic.
I quoted what he said about George Floyd, by the way.
No, I didn't hear. I'm talking about something I read earlier.
I quoted it yesterday. I don't remember when it was up.
I wasn't here yesterday. I'm talking about something
I'm just saying that I recognize that. So your argument is.
I'm talking to you. There's other people on here too.
I know that, Marianne. Quit being so contentious.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay. As best as I can tell, Marianne just illustrated the problem. She knows for a fact that the right is responsible for all the evil in the United States. And I'm sure some come up to the stage and say that they know for a fact that the left is responsible for the evil in the United States. That's the problem, in my humble opinion. That's not to say that the points that Marion raised are not accurate. I'm not saying that, and I don't want to be represented in my admonishment of the discourse. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that she's got it in her mind, and maybe she's right, that all the problems of our society come from the right, just like Donald Trump and his followers have it in their mind, and maybe they're right, that all problems of society come from the left. And so long as we continue to do this finger pointing, and you're wrong, no, you're wrong, we're never going to resolve the problem. And I really fear that there will be more political violence in our society. That's my Nostradamus prediction. I'm not qualified to do so, but that's my fear anyway. Dude.
Hi, Gary. I just want to start off saying I love people who identify as Republican, and I also love people that identify as Democrat.
You're trying to play both sides, dude. How can you do that?
Well, it has to do with love and compassion, I guess, and common good, a common ground. The common ground would be the country, right? And the democracy works in a healthy way when people actually share common ground and have compassion for one another and actually work together, even through their differences. Actually, it's interesting. I heard from older generations growing up that that the youth has lost the ability to sit down at the table and have a coffee and not get upset or storm off or call the other person names. It seems like it's not even a generational problem anymore, that it's like a common problem, that people in all generations who are indoctrinated and partisan treat each other terribly. And it's interesting how many people identify as having religious views, or even just how many people do not identify as having religious views, yet both seem to, when it comes to the right and left religion that they are supporting, they seem to act just like religious hypocrites, indoctrinated religious hypocrites who have no love or compassion for the common citizen.
To your point, dude, if you don't mind me interjecting.
That's all my point is that.
I just want to underscore and illustrate this with something that happened yesterday. Okay, thank you very much. I hate that when I go to this website, it talks. I didn't ask this website to talk. Shut up. Fine. Oh my God, stop. Stop. I stopped and it's still talking. Okay. What you're hearing in the background is Cornell West the esteemed professor, former candidate for President of the United States, storming off the set with Piers Morgan during a debate on the death of Charlie Kirk. There's your prime example of exactly what you're talking about, dude.
100%.
He couldn't handle it. How could a guy like Cornel West not handle Piers Morgan? How can Piers Morgan and Cornel West, a professor at Princeton, not have a civil discussion over the issue to the point that Cornel West gets so frustrated that he storms off the set? Isn't Princeton supposed to be an Ivy League university, one of the top universities in the country? Harvard, Princeton. I think it's isn't that right? Is Harvard supposed to be the top and Princeton supposed to be the next most esteemed university in the country? And a guy of the stature of Cornel West can't handle Piers Morgan? Whatever you thought about Charlie Kirk, he certainly can handle a debate without storming off like that. Just saying. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, it shows a lack of emotional intelligence. I'll just let
I think so. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Thank you, dude. King, you're up.
Yeah, so I do understand why Cornel West would have stormed off. This has been a very difficult conversation to have, particularly with people who, again, lack of empathy, refusing to put themselves in another person's shoes, and their understanding of the environment, the rhetorical environment that all of this is surrounded by. And I'm not talking about from a partisanship perspective. I know that Cornel West has 2 kids, and one of his good friends, he has a well-known friendship with another scholar, Robert P. George, who is a profound conservative intellectual. I also know that Charlie Kirk and Cornel West have had engagements, personal engagements. I've heard them talk about their personal interactions over the last couple of days. But I'm sure that at the time he was probably trying to, I can only imagine, but I would guess that he was having a conversation about some of the words that have been spoken and why they are or are not problematic as it relates to marginalized groups. But I do agree with you that the motive doesn't really matter because, well, firstly, like I said, I don't think this is an issue of partisanship. The pattern that we've been seeing with young men, radicalized young men, lashing out because of the nihilistic indoctrination they received online, is the through line. The same day that that young man shot Charlie Kirk, another young man shot up a school. 2 weeks before that, somebody else shot up another school. And this has been going on, right? I have thoughts about the partisan leaning that some of this indoctrination comes from, because I know of the Andrew Tates. I know about some of the messaging that have been reaching children as young as in junior high or middle school. A conversation that's starting to happen now online is that the parents of young people are looking at their kids like, okay, what do you know about a Groyper? What do you know about these people? I've never heard of Charlie Kirk. I've never heard of Nick Fuentes. And they're asking their children, and they're floored because their children are very aware of the memes. They've been exposed
using the terms that these parents had no clue about or what they meant. The children are well versed in this. Some of those kids are going to fall deeper into those rabbit holes because of the algorithms, right? And it doesn't even matter the platform. There was a time where people felt more vulnerable going into places like the deep web, but people are being radicalized through TikToks and YouTube and Instagram, and the algorithms are playing a part in this. And so I think that is a way that people from a partisan's perspective can find some commonality about, because, well, there are a lot of parents who are worried about the things in this that their kids are being indoctrinated with as it relates to violence and retrograde ideas. Like one of the moms was talking about how what sparked her to ask her daughter, was she aware of these things, is because somebody in her class was suspended for standing up and saying Hitler was right. And so it provoked this conversation that wouldn't have otherwise happened with this parent and her daughter, right? And so I think that's the larger issue. And I think I'm willing to bet that, this person, like the other person who shot on campus, even though it was a high school campus, also have been exposed to this radicalization. And I think that we need to wake up and take our heads out of our asses as the adults and stop making it about us, or, because we know that both parties have their issues, both ideologies. Any ideology can be turned into something violent and terrible, right? For everyone that talks about, religion, we know that religion even has been used to perpetrate violence on other people. So it's really not about the partisanship. It's, in my opinion, it's about just the fact, the degree of radicalization that is happening amongst young children, and they're growing up with these ideas that are totally retrograde, and that everybody is clueless, and they have access to guns. Right? So they have an arsenal, as well as the seeds of violence planted into their worldview, combined with a lot of hopelessness, a lot of confusion, and just a lot of hormones, So I do agree. I don't think that the motive matters that much. I think that there's a bigger issue, and because this can be used politically, that's why the motive is being as emphasized as it is. It's because this motive is being used as justification to clamp down on rights and speech and a whole lot of other freedoms that we've taken for granted up to this point. So I'll yield there. Thank you, King. Brian.
Hi, Gary. Does the motive matter? I think it could if anybody cared. I think his motive, if it was analyzed by someone who cared, it could cause maybe someone to look into why he did it and see if there was any corrections that might be made in the future to help prevent something like that from happening again. When Charlie was assassinated, there was so much blowback on social media that it kind of, I don't know what the word is, kind of incensed me in a way, because I was just learning what happened and didn't even know who Charlie was, but there was this blowback of people were blaming the left, and there was much, I don't know how to describe it, just kind of blowback toward the left, and everybody was blaming them before the guy was caught, and really before the news story was out everywhere. So I don't think that any motive is going to change people's minds, and especially when like Scott and so many people already mentioned that the president and attorney general and all these major players on the right, or I should say MAGA, have it ingrained that it's the left. I think in a way that they're going to capitalize on that as much as they can leading into the midterms. It's going to that's going with that and the gerrymandering. I think they're doing whatever they can to try and save and gain seats. But unfortunately, I think that's going to cause the problem to exasperate. But I think it's just a matter of time before something else happens again, especially if we don't change course on the way people are talking. And I'm admitting that the blowback eventually went both ways, because it got real ugly as people was quoting Charlie and that type of thing. It's just an ugly situation that just does not seem to be to de-escalate. But I there's been some good comments so far, and I really don't have much to add. But thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Chris.
Damn it, Gary. How are you today, Gary?
Damn it, Chris. I'm doing fine.
Well, you ain't got to use your black accent, but I appreciate it. At least I know that you hip. Hey, putting King and Brian in front of me is kind of the cheat code on shutting Chris up soon. Because a lot of the things I want to talk about has been said, and gratefully so. So let's get to it, so I'm not here wasting anybody else's time. Does Robinson's motive even matter? Yes, it does, to both sides, actually. Unfortunately, the investigation that we'll get will be skewed. The FBI working the case will be skewed. And that means motives will matter for the respected administration. Why? Because they can push the narrative that makes them happier. They can push the narrative, as Brian said, that can push them into midterms with a strong base, or try to find a strong base in the sake of a death. Which, I hate to say it, with how fast they moved as soon as the man's death was announced, they played their hand so fast that it was too obvious that you guys had ulterior motives on his death regardless. It could have been anybody from the right at this point, from the way that they're moving. They would have found a way to utilize it for their gain. Now, poor sorry Charlie Kirk and his family, yeah, great. I'm there for you all. Whatever well wishes you want to send them, I respect. But the way that the administration, who said that they were friends of Charlie Kirk, decided on utilizing Charlie Kirk's death in the aftermath to turn things into a hate-filled push, an agenda, and a distraction from what we previously seen coming down the pipeline, from the gerrymandering, which was funny that you mentioned that. I believe that was Brian, because the gerrymandering has been looked over. Why? Because we have a new topic on our television screens. The same goes for the Epstein files. The Epstein files are now on the back burner. Why? Because we have to figure out about all these bad apples talking bad about Charlie Kirk. And guess what? Our Congress agreed. The Congress just pushed that stuff right out the back door and said, we'll figure that out eventually, if not ever. Because now we have a bigger fish to fry. People are being mean about Charlie. So the motives do matter for the right. Now, let's get to the left. The motives matter for the left too. Because I'm not one of those people that says, well, they're playing it on both sides. Because obviously the rhetoric that's being pushed on from the right is way more detrimental than the rhetoric that's been pushing on the left, and we'll get to that here shortly. But the left can also utilize from this. The left needs to utilize from this because, yes, we don't have all the information. We don't know if just because he had a right-leaning family that he was actually on the right. But what we do know is that the right decided to pull war out as soon as they could. And the left should be speaking to that. Hey, who are they at war with? The left should be speaking to the fact that who are the right declaring war on? Who are they upset with? They have every single aspect of government. They even have the Supreme Court in their pocket, and we can honestly say that with a straight face. The Supreme Court has done a lot of damage in the name of Donald Trump, the president. Let him do it. So the motives here, just just strictly goes back to, on the left side, hey, these guys said that this was a left-leaning thing. They said that the left is the danger. It's the left job to point the picture.
Well, the president said specifically the Democrats.
Yes, I mean everybody on the right. I mean, you can turn on Fox News before you even seen the president. It was already, the message was already out. I'm gonna say that again. The message behind Charlie Kirk's death was out before Charlie Kirk's death. And the only way I can put that and say that in the way with so much vigor and understanding that I have a way more chance of being right than wrong is because the message.
Yeah, and Charlie Kirk, by the way, is by all accounts to this point, this may change, was apolitical in terms of partisan politics. Something to take into consideration.
But the message, by the way, was instant. It took no time to get out the message across the Republican pundits that it's the right's fault, regardless of the information we have.
The left's fault.
Well, yes, the left's fault. I'm sorry. I do apologize. The left's fault. That all of this stuff falls victim to. Before we knew who the guy was, before we even knew the video of him jumping off the back of the building in the Converses, before we realized that he broke down a gun in less than 2 seconds, we found out that it was all the Democrats' problem. That they pushed it and they pushed this and we need to go to war because it's time. Now let's get back to the last point I want to make. It's exactly what Brian said. Man, King and Brian was cooking. And it might have been King that said this, but I want to give them both a shout out for stating the fact that all this stuff has went underneath the radar of parents, of grown adults who consume politics on a daily basis. Okay? Let's understand how well they hid Charlie Kirk in plain sight. Let's understand how algorithmic they was able to hide Charlie Kirk and his message.
What do you mean they were hiding his message? I don't get the point.
What I mean by they were hiding his message, and I don't put a they with a person or a party. I'm saying Charlie was infectious to children. He was talking for you, and adults did not know that Charlie Kirk was talking to the youth. Remember? This
is a whole problem.
Give you an example, Gary.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. This is a whole problem that we have generationally with some people not understanding that what to them is a legacy way of getting information out. There's a whole different, like people said to, in fact, somebody I know in her 30s asked me, what's Discord? She's already too old to know what Discord is. So there are so many different ways of getting information out. Yes, the older generation, probably many, I mean, how many people came up to the here and said, I've never heard of Charlie Kirk?
And I think that's a terrible thing, but I do also understand and I sympathize with those people because a lot of those people are just not in the bubble of information, and that's fine. But go right ahead, because I do have a point that I want to make.
No, I'm just trying to explain why that is. Go ahead.
Okay, going back to my point. We all have to remember there was a time where they had children cartoons on YouTube. But in those same children cartoons, they had messages in those children cartoons with the little scary face thing that used to tell the kids to kill their parents and harm themselves. There was a cartoon on YouTube, if you were a parent, you may know this, that they had in the cartoons, they were putting hidden messages in. It was, I forgot what the Blippi or whatever the thing was called. But it was a true message being pushed to the youth, but the parents had no clue because they just give the kids the cartoons or the iPad. The iPad eventually puts it all in algorithmic, and it works on the children. We have to be more understanding on what and Gary, but the last thing, because you brought a great point, but I want to make sure I don't let this skip over. The Charlie Kirk situation wasn't just something that was undertoned by Charlie Kirk to push to the children. He had investors, he had backing. Somebody knew this message was getting pushed to Charlie.
Okay, so now you just taught me something that I didn't know. And I acknowledge. I acknowledge that I went to ChatGPT, and they reference a Wikipedia. And what it says is, and I was unaware of this. So there were disturbing child-targeted videos on YouTube and YouTube Kids that contain hidden or spliced-in scenes urging Amen. And a number of parent reports and tabloids also circulated claims that some clips contain messages encouraging kids to harm others, including their parents. Major investigations in 2017 through 2019 documented the broader problem known on live ads, Elstagate. I don't know how I missed this.
Hey, again, don't worry, because the people missed Charlie Kirk too, and this man already passed away.
And related phenomena, and showed that malicious actors were slipping grotesque or instructional content into videos that looked child-friendly. Holy freaking
Hey, Gary, I'm going to jump off of this bridge with this one. Hey, I want you to also understand Charlie Kirk was doing something very similar. He was pushing a message behind the Christian belief.
Well, I don't know whether it was behind Christian belief or not, but let me just say that whenever Charlie Kirk went onto a college campus and engaged in these debates, where, by the way, he overwhelmed the 17 and 18-year-old people who...
they're unknowledgeable. They're children.
And he would often point out, I never went to college. I never went to college. And he was like Rush Limbaugh used to say, that he could debate you with one arm tied behind his back kind of thing. That's what Charlie Kirk was doing. But he always had, and by the way, I'm not saying this critically, I'm saying that this was brilliant. He always had camera crews, plural, there. And they would extrapolate from these long exchanges, 20-second clips that went on TikTok and Instagram, and that's how he propagandized his message. He was absolutely brilliant at it, but that's what was going on.
All right, Gary, I'm at the home run. This is the home run, so I want you to all pay attention to what I stated. There was once an organization, and I'll just use the organization because we don't know who the person was or people was that were putting together those videos on children, who actually had a plan to manipulate your children without your knowing. Again, not trying to discredit Charlie Kirk or the message of does Robinson motive even matter? Yes, it matters on both sides, but I want people to understand that, yes, you may not have known who Charlie Kirk is, but understand the system does. And the system knew exactly that you guys wouldn't know who Charlie Kirk was until it was too late. And children are being indoctrinated with information that is not always true, but sometimes hateful. And that's where it gets sticky, because this type of stuff can go over the radar of the adults. Even a Gary who is in this type of media did not understand that children were being harmed by YouTube videos. And this is the same situation we're currently looking at. So I don't want everybody to think that, he hates Charlie Kirk. Hey, he was a human with family and children. I wish he thought about them people more. But the truth of the matter is, people are being indoctrinated from underneath the radar, and our system does understand that. They are literally understanding that you.
So I'm just going to suggest I did a little deeper dive into this. There were a lot of investigations by researchers and by journalists, and they couldn't really pinpoint who was behind it, but they found out that these videos were generated by overseas content firms. According to this article with ChatGPT, again, I have not time to check their research, which if I was doing a story, I would have to go beyond just what I'm seeing here. So I'm presenting this with a grain of salt. According to what ChatGPT is saying here, the main motivation was money, exploiting YouTube's algorithm to get clicks from kids. But I don't know, because the subliminal information I don't think had anything to do with money. And I'm wondering...
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you be subliminal gain you more access to money?
Right. But what I'm wondering is, given what we know about Russia and other foreign actors using the internet to cause division among Americans and in the various European countries, among the citizens of those countries, it would not surprise me if we ultimately learn that it was something like that that was behind all this, to try to corrupt our society even more than it's corrupt now. Chris, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I was totally unaware of this.
Also, Gary, I just only want to say, and for purposes, reason for the people in the room, I only wanted to bring that up because the information that was being spread was under the radar of the adults that should have been understanding to check those videos. Watch the videos for 15 minutes before you allow your children to watch those 15-minute videos. That's my whole point. A lot of this stuff just goes over the adult's head, and then we find out later on that, oh man, this was probably hurting my child, and the parent can be a great parent. It just ends up being something that does not work in the message that you want to give your child.
They're giving sub-teens, children, smartphones to keep them busy, keep them out of the parents.
Basically.
That's really a problem. Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
It's really, really interesting stuff. Steve, oh, by the way, it's now 5:58, so we will not be adding anybody to the stage. However, we will get to everybody on the stage who's already in queue.
Text messages
As we go into extra pass.
alleged murder weapon.
Yeah, Gary, to the topic of the room, I think it's important that we do. I think it does matter. And from this perspective, when we see corrosive elements starting to have a corrosive impact on the country, I think they need to be identified. And they need to be identified not in the way that Trump's talking about, let's go out and hunt them down and prosecute them, or Bondi's talking about prosecuting someone for talking about something. That's not what I'm talking about. More on an intellectual level, where you can draw those forces that are being corrosive out into the light, where they have to articulate to the general population that might reject this line of thought. I think that's the important thing. And as long as it's bubbling underneath and we don't know the genesis, or we don't know what is producing the kind of action that we see, then we'll kick caught flat-footed. And it's more to where the society, left and right, can expose the corrosive elements on either side. And like I say, corrosive elements, when exposed to thoughtful interrogation of the idea, usually falls apart. And if you do that, then you invalidate the argument. So, just like with Lincoln, was just Booth his motivation for shooting Lincoln? Was it important? I think it was, because it to my point, it indicated that within society, even though the country had been through a traumatic event, there still was a lingering problem that needed to be addressed culturally within the greater society. So if we had these elements, and like I say, it's both ways. There's nut jobs on the right, there's nut jobs on the left. Political parties are not immune to this type of poison that can seep in. So either way, when those types of things are allowed to germinate in darkness, and they're allowed to germinate without being examined with critical thought from reasonable people, which I think most of our country is, then they can metastasize into an event like this. So that's the reason I think it is kind of important to address it before it evolves into a tragic situation and we find ourselves at each other's throats here.
So to your point, excellent points, by the way, but to your point, would you argue then that since we don't yet know the motivation, that we should not speculate and not cast aspersions upon one another based on what we speculate the motivation is?
Well, I guess it would depend, to your question on that point, at what point, based on the investigation on all the elements that we know, do we say we haven't reached a tipping point in drawing a conclusion? I guess what I'm trying to say is how much more information information do we need to draw a conclusion, and are we drawing it prematurely? You may be correct. And everybody can fall victim to that because passions become inflamed and you have presupposed ideas about people and things that you can become irrational at some point. So I don't know. I just don't know that from my point of view, that based on the information I've seen, that maybe I need that much more. I could have a huge blind spot here, Gary. And it may be related to my affiliation. And I'll leave it there.
What's been going on in my mind a little bit is, and we don't know if this is true, but supposedly there's some kind of a transgender issue here, because he had a romantic relationship with a transgender roommate, and we know that a recurring theme when Charlie Kirk was on campus, he would be challenged by folks who were transitioning, were furry babies, were people wearing the clothes of typically worn by people of a gender other than the one that was, as they say today, assigned at birth. And there was all these contentious discussions about transgenderism. And in that community, a lot of people felt that Charlie Kirk was a hateful person for the comments that he made. I'm not arguing that he was. I'm not arguing that he wasn't. I think it's fair to observe that a lot of people who confronted him on college campuses, and this was a recurring theme, felt that way about him. I also know, I can say this anecdotally, I don't have any research. I'm sure there is research to support or dispel what I'm about to say, that there are people who identify as transgender or transitioning, who I have met in my lifetime, who identify as conservatives, and there are people who are transitioning who identify as liberals. It's not a political position. It's not like I'm going to show how liberal I am, or I'm a liberal so I can transgender, but if you're a conservative, you can't. It's not that. It's a personal choice, whether you agree with it or not, whether you take Charlie Kirk's position or you feel that people have the right to make that choice, is not the issue. I say this to suggest, from what the county prosecutor said today, there was a message between Robinson and his roommate, in which he said that he was going to kill Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk is a hateful person. It's very possible, and I just want to send out this proposition. I'm not arguing that this is the case, but I think it's possible that this was obviously an act of hate. Anytime you kill somebody, it's an act of hate. Generally, when you kill somebody, it's an act of hate. There's some exceptions, like self-defense. But this was obviously an act of hate. By his own admission, it was an act of hate. But it may not have been a partisan political or political ideological act of hate. It may just be this guy is influential in drumming up opposition to being a trans individual. He's a hateful person, so I'm going to kill him. I mean, it had nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans, conservatives or liberals. And it may turn out that it was politically motivated along partisan lines. But at this point, we don't know. And that's why I don't understand why the nation is like screaming and pointing fingers at one another when we That's what's going on in our society, Steve.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Now, I haven't heard it articulated that way, Gary. That's a very, very, very salient point there, and that could be. Actually, I hadn't considered the way you phrased it.
I'm not saying that I'm right, but I am saying there's a possibility that that's the motivation.
Yeah, I know, and that's true. I mean, you should consider all possibilities when you look at something like this, and that's actually one I hadn't considered. Good point, Gary.
Thank you, Steve. Meryl. Has Pam Bondi knocked door? Yeah.
She's knocking at my door. I know. Today, I was reading everything that was being written, and I started to think, oh my gosh, I want to kill these people. I want to kill people on the right. Oh my gosh. Because it was so, people on the left do. And by the way, who are the people on the left? I'm so confused. I can't articulate this.
Can I please interject and tell folks who may not understand that Meryl is being facetious? Because some people will take you literally and they're going to say, Meryl said she wants to kill everybody on the right. And I know that's not what you mean, and I just want to clarify that.
Yes, I was being facetious. I felt like somebody was saying that about me. So I felt like a lot of people were doing that. I don't know how to articulate this well. I liked what you just said about, might not be about, it's about hate, but it might not be so much politically motivated. And I have often thought that when you have a person who's the sole shooter and you don't associate him with a group, you don't associate him that way, that person has been affected personally by something that the victim has done. And he has, and I do feel that this could very well be the case. I also think that a big problem that we have is when we start saying this person, it's on the right is the most violent, or the left is the most violent, we tend to elevate the person who's just been killed. I don't know that Charlie Kirk should be elevated any more than Melissa Horton, the House of Representatives, the head of the House of Representatives in Minnesota, who she and her husband were killed. And nobody really.
I think the husband survived, right? But she was killed.
No, they were killed, and their dog. There's someone else who was killed. He was shot, and his wife was shot. That's two other Democrats that night. But no, they were both killed, and their dog, and their children are orphans now. And who talked about them? Did anybody talk about them the next day? And I sit and I feel that when we start talking about
Melissa Hortman, she was a Democratic state representative, formerly Speaker of the House, and her husband, you were correct to correct me, fatally shot in their home in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. You're right.
And so we have elevated, by when we start attributing motives, we have then looked at Charlie Kirk, we've elevated him as much as he did in life. He's been elevated much more in death. And I don't think that we should do that. I think Bernie Sanders was right. I think your opening speech was right, as short as it was. I do think that we should, it's time for us to say, okay, enough. Now we're going to stop this. How do we stop it? There's so many reasons why we should. And this is how I feel right now. I feel that we need to put an end to it. I don't think we need to keep showing, have a contest. This group is more radical than that group. Because there's another thing that we don't know. We don't know on a daily basis, we don't know how many people get killed or how much domestic abuse there is that are started because of a political argument. We don't know that. We don't know about all the threats that come in that are the FBI keeping us from. We don't know all of these things. So we've got to be, and I just think we need to be more careful. But I want to stress that when we start saying it's more on the right or more on the left, we start to elevate people that maybe shouldn't be elevated. Maybe everybody should be looked at the same way. Thank you.
Here, Merrill.
Pardon?
He said here, Merrill.
Who was that?
Marshall.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Marshall.
Sit across the aisle. Thank you, Merrill. Double.
Hi, Gary. Yeah, it's been an interesting discussion. Didn't know about the YouTube hidden message.
I know. I thought he was like blowing it out his ear.
Yeah, it sounded
I said, what the hell are you talking about? Oh my God.
I do appreciate, directionally the idea that people are coming for your children. They want to corrupt your children. A lot of people think if they want to change society, they want to start early and get them while they're young. And he's right to point out Charlie Kirk saw that opening in the market, as did some others. I think Ben Shapiro has been on college campuses quite a bit. Speaking, you have even further right, even more problematic people like Milo Yiannopoulos. Although when he shows up to campuses, the protests often were so extreme that he would sometimes be uninvited. Like I believe that happened at UC Berkeley.
Happened to Ben Shapiro as well.
Yeah. So we could talk about that as a problem, but but I mean it's fair. That's what colleges are. We infantilize college students, unfortunately, but that really used to be considered that is your real maturation phase where you're meant to contend with all the ideas in the world, however offensive or disturbing or mature or whatever they might be, that you now have to address learn, understand, process, debate, and that is part of your graduation into adulthood.
To that point, Double, and I'm going to sound like a curmudgeon, and I'm looking back and blah, 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 like that. But I think my observation is pretty spot on, based on some of the clips that they're all over the place now. And Merrill's absolutely right. He's bigger than life now. Bigger in death than he was in life, Charlie Kirk. So the algorithms now are causing these clips, to which I referred earlier, to pop up on my Facebook and on my Instagram. And I see people come into the microphone to debate Charlie Kirk having great difficulty articulating their thoughts. And some of them even are referring to something that they read on the internet, and they're holding their phones and reading off the phones when they're trying to debate Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk would say, "Look at me. Don't look at your phone. Look at me." And when I was in college, my recollection, I may be looking at this through rose-colored glasses, was that we had very vibrant debates. I was in the Vietnam War era. We had immense discussions about the war, and people could sit down, usually over a beer at the local pub, and we could have an articulate, mature discussion about communism and the domino theory and exploitation and empire building and all that kind of stuff. All these various views were discussed. The military-industrial complex, but we need a strong military to protect us. People had varying points of view, and we would discuss them, and we could all articulate very well, I think, and then we would go our separate ways and remain friends. But when I saw and I don't know, maybe most of the clips, most of the interactions he had were not like this, but so many of the clips showed people sputtering while trying to talk to him. These are university students. What the hell?
Yeah, I agree with you, Gary. I think we've dramatically, the inflation of, even if you adjust for monetary inflation, the inflation of the cost of universities and the inflation or the expansion of the administrations in universities and the profit motive there has corrupted these institutions so much. We've dramatically lowered the standards and we've jacked up the price, so they're profit maximizing institutions now that don't really, you're allowing people in who don't have the cognitive abilities or education to be there.
Or the other thing that's happening, and I can speak to this anecdotally, I don't have any statistics to back this up, but I know of many cases where the student is articulate, the student is very intelligent, but the student kind of goes against the grain of the norm on the campus and is shut down. And it's like, it's supposed to be the forum for open discourse about many issues, and yet people in the minority, whatever that minority might happen to be, are not given the opportunity to articulate their feelings, their beliefs, their arguments without being shunted by the other, shunned by the other students on the campus, and sometimes by the professors themselves.
Yeah, I agree, and people are claiming. I heard someone I respect greatly on Clubhouse earlier today saying, if you send your child to one of these northern or certainly northeastern universities, you are basically signing them up to be indoctrinated into a religious ideology that will push them to change their gender and become radically opposed to.
I think that's an overstatement, but I think there's a greater acceptance of that perhaps on the campus and in general society, but that nobody on the campuses are trying to get people to change their gender, and they're getting indoctrinated at a much younger age.
My cousin, Gary, it happened to my cousin. But
go talk to your cousin.
I think we're out of touch. I think we as older people are, to the point of the earlier caller, I think even we are out of touch in just how, and I think that you saw it in that clip and seeing a kid said something slightly counter to the group think and was immediately shamed into submission. And like that.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. Right now you're taking it to another level. I'm gonna let you go because we're out of time.
You what that group think is.
Check with your cousin and see when their cousin started having feelings of transition.
I'm not just talking about transition. I'm just talking about the overall theme of, what some people would call the woke religion, Gary.
Yeah, but you just said that people would be pushed into becoming transgender.
Trans is just one aspect of.
Well, I'm just responding to what you said. I gotta run. Thank you, Double.
Thank you very much.
We go to Shadow. Shadow, you're up.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. Man, my ADD is on overload right now, so I don't even really know what I want to say. But if we're talking about,
we're all in that position right now. So don't think that it's that you have a medical condition. You're just part of society, buddy.
Right. Yeah. So does the motive really matter? Like, I really don't. I wouldn't say it does, because I mean, you can be presented with, especially a specific side, I won't say which, will be presented with facts, and then the story will always be spun in some sort of fashion. I mean, for example, if you want to dig into the data, like I've posted it in the chat, I've sent it in your back channel as well, Gary. But if we're talking about, let's say Tyler Robinson, he was born in Utah, he went to a conservative school, raised by a conservative family, all of those data points would point to that he could be a conservative because that's the way he grew up. But like the fact that he was in a queer quote unquote relationship, does that make him part of the left?
No,
I don't know.
No, that just means that was his sexual preference or orientation or experimentation. It has nothing to do with his partisan political positions.
Right. So yeah, I don't really know like what to say about that particular story. I mean, honestly, he could just be a crazy person. It should just be left at that. But like again, the data that I added in your chat, if you go to it's by the Cato Institute, and then I think it's SUNY, the New York University. I forget like what the acronym means, but like if you look
State University of New York is SUNY. State University of New York.
State University, there it is. If you look into the data, it's pointing to a particular side. If you look at right after 9/11, the data shows that most of the violence was caused by Islamism. I don't know why they would include like international crimes into that data. I felt like that part of it was kind of skewed. But if you look at all of the tables, the data is pointing to a specific side, which is the right, and all the ideological homicides that have happened over the years, and then the state University of New York, State University of New York data also points to all the homicides that happened prior to 2000 onward to 2016. It's by the right, and the data is there. One of the tables shows the number out of 269. It leans towards the right, and then the table right under it is out of 469. It is, it's clear as day where the violence is coming from. But even with that data presented,
what if the partisan bent to political violence had anything to do with it? Like, why are we taking their political view into account? Isn't the violence just bad because it's murder?
My point was just that if you're presented with facts, people will still always spin it in some way or fashion. But I'm just presenting. This isn't my study. This is where it's coming from. So that's all I was pointing out.
Okay, no.
Although anecdotally, recently, the victims of political violence have tended to be people on the right, with the exception of what happened in Minnesota. By the way, breaking news out of London, where the president is on a state visit. I'm kind of chuckling about this. Somebody projected these big images of Trump and Epstein onto the castle. And more people got arrested for that. But you got to see the video of this. I'm sure you'll find it all over the damn place. Holy cow. Thank you for that. It's pretty cool, actually, I thought. Shadow, thank you. Diddy.
Yeah, no problem.
Gary, I think you are one of the few speakers since this topic started, talk about potential exploitation by foreign actors. I think this is something that we need to look into. It's not recent; it has been planted decades, and because even the professors are affected, right? It means something quite long. But the good thing is, after all this discussion you brought up, the picture start to seem very clear, and there is a solution. I always look for solution. It is time that both sides have to come together. Yeah? This is good. Just like here, there's opportunity of healing because we get to hear both sides of view. And we need more platform like that, and we need to figure out how to scale so that both sides can come together and look at it and figure out both sides could contribute to the solution. It's not one side, it's both sides. Because, from what I hear is the Thompson already hears something. Charlie Kirk is coming. I think he heard it like 1 week earlier. So, and he's but then he heard coming, and that somehow eventually triggered to now is the time. And then he left a note under his keyboard, right? Say, I have the opportunity to kill him now, blah blah, something like that. So, and that I feel like the motivation is based on transgender identity things, and I'm foreign to this topic, but as I debate in Clubhouse, occasionally I come across people want me to put this topic as equal status as protection of Western civilization. I was like, what are you talking about? I was trying to minimize this important, but I think these people are really feeling their voice not being heard, and they are feeling a lot of challenges and threat from multiple ways. And I'm guilty of it. I just put less important, but I'm not like, discriminate, right? But I think they want their voice to be heard, and they're feeling a lot of threat, and they amplified it, and the killer of Charles Kirk took that response, right? And I think, so I did check GPT and asked a couple of questions. What is this transgender motivated violence compared to political violence? I asked this question. It come up with very nice arrangement. It will take me some time to figure out how to organize it in a very coherent point. I urge you all to ask this question to the ChatGPT. And I think, is this motivated politically? I think from the time Charlie Kirk was killed, I mean, from the Republican point of view, Charlie Kirk in the way is a very rare person. He has a lot of talent, and he still have a lot of things that he expected to do, but he just been killed too early. And the Republican side is shocked. And they need to figure out an answer and revenge. And just like the same thing, when Lincoln got killed, and because it was just a few days before a Southern Confederate surrender, so someone has to figure out a revenge. And so the Republican side is acting on this, right? But I hope they realize that, again, I don't want to take up too much time, but I somehow figure out. So it has many things. When Trump take over, he's very hard. Common sense. You're either male and female. He took it very hard, and he pushed it, and it's taking it too fast because this concept has been cooking for many years, and this community need time to adjust to Trump's approach to very hard, very quick change. And so this community have no time to respond, and this is also politically motivated in the sense that when Trump is running for re-election, Charlie Kirk is understand the position of the party from the religion point of view, from Christianity point of view. Again, that is something also the Republican side had to look at it. How hard should one look at to pro-life, transgender thing? Because most of the discussion I hear the student coming in, just like you say, they were looking at handy and start asking questions. They are all immature in their understanding what pro-life and what transgender and so on. So, so what I want to say is there is a solution, and it's a good opportunity, and both sides have to step back, and both sides have to understand in the end, you are American. Your enemy is foreign and not among yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dave, AC, and then Steve will get the last word. AC.
All right, thank you, Gary. This has been a phenomenal room, but to be concise, so does Robinson's motive even matter? My perspective, when I first heard the name Tyler Robinson, I was saying in my head, please don't be a black guy, please don't be a black guy, please don't be a black guy, please don't be a black guy. And the reason being is this is the single most important element of this entire thing. I almost did a room saying, called the Kirk Alert, which minority group are they to scapegoat for the killing of Charlie Kirk. And I think that my whatever group is assigned this, whether it
Yeah,
is the
and the thing you should say that I was saying, please don't be a Jewish guy. So.
Yeah, and so I was like, there's going to be a tremendous amount of vengeance for whatever demographic it is, whether it is Democrats, whether it is the LGBT community, Black community. I know when COVID first happened, I was like, if this is anything to do with China, then all Asian people are going to have to deal with this. When 9/11 happened, I was like, if this has anything to do with...
By the way, a lot of Asian people were attacked on the streets of the United States.
Yeah.
And even if they had been Chinese, what does that have to do with anything? They had nothing to do with what happened over there.
Exactly. And so the reason why I was saying, please don't be a black guy, is I know that I'm going to have to deal with other than the Bay Area, right? And Berkeley and San Francisco. And, I don't have anything to do with that, but how America kind of works, right, is somebody has to get the blame. There has to be some sort of revenge or vengeance, and then that happens for a long period of time. I know when Obama was leaving office for his second term, there was all these police shootings of black people. It was like every week and every day. And to me, I think that as a message, as we are reclaiming our country or whatever. So there's lunatics on both sides. And so I think that this is the single most important part of this, because as soon as a narrative is established, there's going to be groups that are basically going to commit acts of terror. And so ever since this Kirk shooting has happened, I've kind of been on edge, because it just feels like we are waiting to hear what the facts are. And as soon as the country gets the facts and we can establish a narrative of whose fault it is, then that group is going to experience some sort of revenge terror attack. And so that's my point of view on it. But I think it's the most important element of this entire story.
Nobody else has brought that up. It's really important. I'm glad you did. Thank you, AC. Steve, you got the last word.
Thank you. Gary, so glad I've been listening to your show today. Literally, I have a 22-year-old blood niece, just graduated UCLA speech communication degree. She's going to her master's program at Northwestern in journalism. By the way, Gary, I don't know if you knew, but that's only like a 12 or 14-month program.
I've actually trained interns from the Northwestern School of Journalism, which it's debatable who's got a better J school, Hofstra or people would say NYU or Columbia, but it's really Hofstra and Northwestern. Those are the top two in Gary's esteemed professional opinion. So good luck to her.
Thank you. But Gary, up until an hour ago, I had no concerns about her sexuality, because she started UCLA at 18, straight female, graduated UCLA, straight female, but now she's going to one of those Northwestern schools or whatever. I'm concerned about her coming out, transitioning into a man.
Where that comes from.
That being said, I wanted to comment on what you said about debating and how you debated back in the 60s, or you had conversations in the 60s, and people debated Kirk recently. Now, I have not seen any of the Kirk debates, but I've been involved in debates. I've seen debates. I've listened to debates. And Gary, you among all will attest that a good debater can debate both sides. Nobody belongs in a debate if they cannot have at least a modicum of information that they've studied. And what I presume what's been said today as far as Charlie Kirk debating college students, and they have to go to their phones to look up Google or ChatGPT or whatever, to me that means they have not done the proper preparation for that discussion or that debate. There's an old cliche, Gary, you've probably heard it. Preparation plus opportunity equals luck, okay? And I just find that a lot of people, not all people,
A lot of people are taking the easy way out. They are not doing the basics, the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s of critical thinking, which is to put the time in, do the research, distinguish your fact from opinion, and then develop your own
Steve's part of the
conclusions
lifestyle.
and your own arguments. They're taking the easy way out, and I'll land it here, Gary, because I know you.
This is a
go.
Democrat liberal boat show.
Hard to do
Gary
the
Scott and
research.
Alan, three
It
sailors.
is hard to do proper preparation. It's easy to spend 10 or 15 minutes, get some sound bites, get some headlines, and think you can come off as doing well. Nothing substitutes for proper preparation. And Gary, thanks again. Bye.
You're 100% correct. Thank you, Steve. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So till 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Was patient. I've lost things. He's been killed.
More people talking about nothing and wasting all their time. Welcome back, everyone. Another exciting show where we record people talk about nothing and waste all their time.
I mean, I'm seeing some people saying that all
Call me a
this
hypocrite.
is like
Call me a
they're
critic.
arguing the Palestinian-
But I'll let you
Palestinian
judge.
side is the truth.
Is this a waste of time?
As UN, United Nations kind of agreed to it or they declared that. I mean, if United Nations was the perfect source,
Who stepped on the dock?
people were being killed. Nobody talks about that. There are so many people killed all around the world. Then, I mean, United Nations do shit. In Iran, we consider United Nations a kind of, I would say, a sham. There are so many countries in the world, and they come with their own bias. So of course, yes, it's an international organization, but it doesn't mean that they are free from bias or lobbyists. If they were really on the true side of the history, on the side that tells the truth, stands for truth, they would have stand for our people, for Iranian people who were killed in the streets, yet they said shit, they did nothing. And now you're bringing that as your point of reference. It's interesting.
They got their hands tied.
We got an all-star
The
cast
orthodoxies
here
of institutions.
in the house of Bibi.
Individual actions. Stalinism is the best illustrator. Stalin couldn't have stopped himself. The best thing that can be done is critical analysis.
My one question is that why didn't Hamas, which has the biggest popularity, I mean, at least to the recent numbers, I'm not sure if I'm correct there, so if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. Why didn't Hamas take the chance to have peace when they were offered one? To the people who are defending that point, this is my own question. Why didn't they take the peace side? If United Nations stands for ending the wars and declaring the peace, why aren't they talking about Hamas not accepting the peace?
Because they're a terrorist organization. That's not part of their charter. They want to obliterate us from going to give in to anyone.
Oh,
there is this thing called charter. What is a charter? I don't speak English very good. That's why I'm here speaking to trying to perfect and to practice my English.
Still they wanna erase us from this land and this world.
Right.
And we don't wanna let them. Period.
That's their charter, and that's their goal. There's not room for them to think about peace. That's not, they've been very clear about that.
Also, they can't pronounce food, right?
We can't hear you, BB. Say it, come on.
They can't pronounce peace. They wouldn't be able to even pronounce peace. It would be beast with a B.
Like pizza? Pizza?
Yeah, like the people, the people instead of people, the pizza, exactly. That's so that they don't want nothing to do with the word P, with the letter P.
So interesting that below they're putting their comments, and it's all filled with hate, and we haven't been talking about hate.
Yes, and they're jumping from one subject to another. They cannot stick with one fact.
Yeah, and it's trope. It's just.
Wait, why are they in the audience and not, were they moved or did they move down?
I just see them talking in the message. I see them talking in the message.
Well, Zach, they moved Bev down, so I mean.
Why was Bev silenced?
That is about being active.
You can bring him back up. You can bring her back up. Maybe you want to bring Bev back up? I'm not bringing her back up.
I send her an invitation, and if she's coming up, if you're asking a question, let the guy that answering you to answer, and then continue to talk. Don't interfere in the middle. That's not mine. And I hope my English was okay this time.
Your English is fine, Shlomi.
It seems like maybe now Bev does not want to come up. I had a question for Bev.
Well, let's try to get her up and invite her. We have been.
I don't know, she told me to shut the fuck up. She's silencing me.
I'm now the center of her universe.
I mean, if you're going to add Bev, maybe you can add her, compliment her. I mean, he's married to her, Sire Carter as well. It would be an interesting conversation to have.
Hasn't someone on stage invited her? BB, you want to invite her?
The chatting on Clubhouse is wild.
I just invited her.
play games. Okay, that's great, Beth. Either you come up or you fuck off.
I think maybe she cannot answer the questions. That's why she doesn't want to come up and talk.
She's basically illiterate.
Yeah.
No, look, she's primal. She's playing a primal game, thinking it's legitimate because that's how her life works.
I'd like to ask Bev a question.
Just no respect.
I mean, they're just trolling and laughing. 1 minute they feel sorry for what they call genocide, and 1 minute they're laughing. I mean, that only a psychopath can do that.
I think subconsciously they want to be scolded. They want permission to be good, but I think the forces in there that are much stronger than any good they can learn here.
Actually, Grace said I'm inviting her up. Didn't you say that, Grace, or did you say?
I said I'll invite you out. Come on back.
I think.
I invited her also.
She's received an invitation.
She didn't.
If she doesn't join right now, I think then she has no point to make. And I think that would be an answer for herself.
We don't care. Let's move on. She's not the subject.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why, yeah, we've saved ourselves. No gossiping. We were just asking you to come up. That's what the people wanted here, and they were happy to engage with you.
Somebody just said that I have an American accent, and that was interesting. Like, say the reverse psychology is weak in your American accent. I can't even understand that sentence. But I think they wanted to say that is as weak as your American accent. Well, bro, I'm not an American, so English is not my native language. So I'm sorry for weak as American accent.
And I hope you get the love that you seek.
They're just playing games. I mean, it's.
Well, that we knew that from before. That's why it wasn't necessary.
She's probably having a ball right now, feeling so wanted.
I mean, the best action is to stop responding to them because they had tried to add them 3 or 4 times. So I think let's move on with our topic.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's interesting. The topic is about radical Islam, and when people come here, I think the first thing they see is Israel's flag behind Bibi, and they assume this is a matter of Palestine and Israel. They don't even read the topic of the room, like Islam. No, it's not about Palestine or Israel. It's about Islam. So, what do you guys think about the topic?
Can you please stop recording my room? I'd appreciate it very much. Please stop recording my room. I would appreciate it so very much. Why do you keep recording my room? I politely asked you not to, but you keep coming back to record my room about nothing.
Okay, do you have a suggestion of how to make the room? We can't really hear you. Is that BB? We can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
BB, sound like you're talking into a vacuum cleaner, bro.
Oh, JB is here. Okay, JB.
I got like 58%, and I think you burned up. That's a lot of time. Okay, I turned off the jumper in the middle. Find out when we go open these rooms and topics, when you do hear the people that are speaking, whether they sound white, Somali, Indian, Pakistani, from the UK, they have one common denominator. We're all radical Muslims. And Sire, he needed 5 minutes to come up, so it's been, I think, 9. Come on up, Sire. 10 toes down, buddy. Stand there. Say what you gotta say.
Yes, sire. Say what you gotta say.
Going into the driveway.
He's on the stage.
Oh, is he? Oh, say what you gotta say, bud. You've been like, well, we all keyboard worrying. So, what's up?
Can I go your tone?
Okay, everybody, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. This is the BB and Harry and the Chosen Ones with BB, Aleph, Grace, Harry, Mary, Jihadis, Simon, Yakov, Shlomi, Maximilian, my friend, and RS. Hope you enjoy. I'm gonna go sit in the other room, get some sun tanning done. Hope they don't play any copyrighted music.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, there we go. So, simple question. The UN called it a genocide. I don't want you guys to do the little trick you guys do when you ask a question after I say what I'm saying. I just want the direct question answered.
What kind of call do you got?
So you guys are saying there's no genocide whatsoever, and they are lying. The UN is completely lying, 100%. That's my only question.
Yes, they're lying. Period.
Yes, they're lying.
Fuck the UN.
That's it.
Well, wait a minute. Was it the UN or was it some little committee? And who was on the committee? I don't know if the UN officially came out and said.
Here comes the spin. Go ahead.
Well, no, you were doing the spin, and I'm trying to. I'm asking for the narrative without.
My friend, don't ask anything, my friend. We told you straight up. For us, it's a lie because it's not a genocide. And if you go and see what is a genocide, then you will check on the ground what is real, and don't believe the media. Check by yourself. You will say that we are not telling the truth. That's it.
Okay, so maybe not a genocide, but what would you categorize the wrong findings of the UN as?
Misinformation. And also, there's a lot of money
Isolating Israel because they are putting us in a place and demanding us things that they are not demanding themselves either. Because if they were in a war, I don't think they will do what we are doing for the community inside of Gaza, preventing injury or anything else. We are fucking calling them and tell them evacuate because we're gonna bomb, and we're fucking putting the camera and waiting for the rocket to hit. How the fuck where exactly we're gonna bomb in the same minute so they can picture it from every angle that they can make. How the hell they know? And if they know,
Understand that.
still,
Okay.
and then, wait, then let me finish. And if after they know that we're gonna bomb the place, and they are picturing it, yeah, making films of it, and there are still children around that place, it's not on us, my friend, it's on them. Take the children out. Like, what the fuck? We are warning you. We are coming to ban that place, and there are still children there. So it's not on me, and it's not on Israel. It's on those people that didn't take the children out.
So before you answer Sire, so I'm gonna jump in and speak for, not for Sire, on behalf of him for a second. So you gotta understand, guys. Imagine you're a gentleman like Sire, and you're opening up the news, and that's what you see. The UN's reporting, right? The problem is, Sire, what you have to understand is, not everything we read is true.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is also, can we also name one time in war where both sides didn't do anything wrong? Ever in history?
Oh, listen, and Shlomi can say it and agree with it, and so can Aleph, right? They're both Israelis. And especially Shlomi, that was a hostage. We had a room the other day, and he says, I want answers. I do. But I want my hostages, my brothers and sisters back first. I want to know. And I think we're the first to admit, not every country's perfect, right? The problem is, everybody from the outside lens, and everybody that being Jews in Israel, especially Israeli citizens and Israelis, like that are even on stages and clubhouses, you guys expect you guys expect them to be perfect, to not make one mistake, not step on a crack when they're walking down the road, anything. Mistakes happen. That's part of life, brother. You can understand that.
I understand that, and I feel like the outside world has a problem when you guys, like, you just said it, and you said it easily. It came out without forcing it. Like, you got the logic that I was trying to put out. What the world has a problem with is the defense of the times when you guys are caught in the wrong, and then the denial. That's the problem.
Well, some of the accusations aren't true. When the accusations are true, there's an admission of guilt, and people say Israel isn't perfect, but sometimes the accusations that you're making are not true.
Like
So we want to look
the
at the accusations.
famine in Gaza, it's not true, my friend. They have chocolate, they have everything there. It's not my problem that their own people, Hamas people, are selling it in high prices.
Getting shot at?
It's supposed to be for free. It's aid that people need to get it for free, not to buy it with money. So if Hamas are selling it with money, for money, it's not my problem. I provided the healthcare. I provided the food. I provided Coca-Cola. I provided chocolates, and you can see videos. They are posting it themselves. I don't need to lie or to go and make a video and post it, or to do an AI or whatever. They are posting it. So if
those videos we're seeing is AI and it's lies. That goes to the point that I'm talking about.
No, I didn't say that.
Not all of them.
No, wait.
Some of them.
Stop.
Man, you're
Wait, stop, my friend.
Time
I
magazine
didn't
cover.
say that everything is AI, and I didn't say anything about them. Wait, I didn't say anything about them create AI. I said we don't need to do an AI for it. We only that. They are posting that themselves. You can see it on social media everywhere. We are not doing it. They themselves are posting it. So I said we don't need AI to make lies. Okay? To try to store that we are okay. They are posting the videos. We are providing the healthcare. But in the end, Hamas is controlling the healthcare and selling those things to the people, to their own people, in high prices. And that's not my problem anymore. Why I need to take care of until the last person that I'm in war with if he got his food or not. not my problem, my friend. I'm sorry. And I don't need to explain to you.
Yeah, it's not your problem. Just like you being whoever got kidnapped isn't the other side's problem. Like, I understand that.
It's not because I was kidnapped. It's not my problem as a citizen of Israel, and it doesn't matter if I was kidnapped or not. I don't need to take care of someone that I'm in war with. I don't think that you will think that you need to take care of somebody that is in war with you. To take care of the last person that he will eat. You're doing the best that you can do, providing what they need to take. We are providing the water, we are providing the electricity for the water and for the hospitals and for all of this. Yes, we are providing, even during war, for those people. And we are providing aid from all the countries that are coming. And in the end, people are blaming us. There is a famine there. Which famine, my friend? I was there 8 months. They were eating like pigs.
With Israel having the intelligence that they have, right? What's preventing them from going in exactly where they think these people are and then just taking them out?
The hostages that are still there, the 21 that I hope that are still alive.
And also the fact that what's stopping Israel actually going to get these hostages is that they are being used as human shields. It is widely thought that these hostages are all wired now with explosives, which basically means that as soon as somebody comes near them, they're going to kill them.
Well, if people are going to die anyway, why not just get it over with?
That's what we are doing. We are trying to do the best to make a military pressure so they will give up their weapons. And if not, we are all in, my friend. The government decided, the cabinet of Israel decided that they are going all in. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose. Anyway, we are losing people from the military that are engaging in a battle every day there. So let's make this process something that we will win this war, and this process will mean something. Because if we're gonna stop now, for us it's losing the war, and it's not gonna happen this time. They're not gonna stop.
So you guys were just this hypothetical. No one can know. Say in you guys' perfect world, the war is won. What happens to all the people? What do you think should happen to all the kids, the women, the men?
I hope that they will stop. I hope that they will stop thinking that they.
I'm saying afterwards.
Yeah. I hope that they will change their set of mind. That Israel is not a country and they don't acknowledge us. And they will acknowledge us. And I promise you, my friend, we are the ones that are gonna build Gaza again for those people also. The UN will make us do the best thing that they know to do to make us do things, and they will inform us that we are gonna build them, those houses that we ruined, and we're gonna build their future. But they need to change their set of mind, my friend. I don't care to live with
the part that I just struggle with is like black people, we went through whatever the fuck we went. The world blames us. Why? What do you think the reason is behind the world always blaming you guys for sneaky stuff? What do you think that comes from?
You wanna know personally what I think?
Yeah,
I think it's come from jealousy. Only jealousy, my friend.
I think people are
almost fucking 5,000 years that we are in this world as Jew, as Bnei Israel, as Israeli people. And this is why we call Israel. Israel was Jacob, Bnei Israel. We are the final, the last, how do you call it, Shevet? How do you say Shevet?
The last tribe. The last tribe.
We are the last tribe that remained in
and I understand that.
After. Yeah, so
But from my perspective, from my perspective, like, I understand why people hate blacks because we're in slavery, blah, 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 3/5, all that other dumb shit that people thought, right? But, like, you guys were free for the most part, so I'm trying to understand how did you guys... No, not free, freer than black people. I'll put it like that. My free and your free is two different types of free.
I don't think there's a comparison. I don't think it's a you can't compare it. It's two very different things. You got to remember as well that we're going back a long, long way. The Jews were slaves in Egypt, and again, I'm not trying to make a comparison, Sarah, because black people have gone through terrible times.
But even when we talk about that, they say they went into captivity through ships and all that other stuff. But we know who the scriptures line up with.
Yeah, but just was something you said before. Actually, I'm trying to remember what it said. You said, or you were asking something, and I think Shlomi summed it up though by saying that. Oh, actually, here it is. Something I do remember. Something that people don't remember or don't pay attention to, and actually don't give it enough attention, is the fact that Egypt has a common border with the Gaza Strip. The Egyptian border has been fortified since October 7, much more than the Israeli border with Gaza Strip. The Egyptians are their brothers and their sisters. They share the same codes, the same values, the same religion. So many of the Gazans are Egyptians. Why has Egypt not opened their border? Why in October 8, before Israel started their operations in the Gaza Strip, why didn't Egypt say, we're going to open the border, we want all the women and children to come through the border, we're going to set up a humanitarian zone for them in the Sinai, close to Gaza, you'll be able to go home soon enough, we'll provide for you, and Israel has to take care of this. But they have done nothing. You know why they've done nothing? And you know why Jordan refuses to take, even though they don't share a common border with the Gaza Strip? It is because the idea of holding on to this conflict in perpetuality is in their best interest. They want this to happen. They want this to continue. They want this problem to be a thorn in Israel's side. They have since the start of the real problems with the Palestinians since 1967. They have started this. You've got to remember as well, Sire, that before 1967, there was no claim for a Palestinian state. They had no aspirations for a state. And when we talk about the West Bank, you call it the West Bank, we call it Judea and Samaria. It was called the West Bank because it was the West Bank of the River Jordan. When Jordan occupied it from 1948 to 1967, they referred to it as the West Bank. And also, in addition to that, any Arabs that tell you they were thrown out of Shechem, the Arabs call it Nablus, we call it Shechem, and other cities in the West Bank, that's also not true. It just didn't happen. The people that did throw them out, the people that just came up with this idea that they had to leave, is because they maybe wanted to leave. The Jordanians were occupying that territory, not the IDF, not Israel, not anybody but Jordan. They occupied those territories. And these are just facts.
Okay, so I understand you saying, like, them not claiming a state or whatever, and that's fine. Were the people there before all of that, though?
There were people there, and there were Jews also in the region, and there were Jews always in the land of Israel. Yeah, they were a minority, like you can count them up to 100 maybe in certain times in history, but there were always Jews in Jerusalem.
Jewish people being in Israel after like the 1940s, like in the 1940s era? Was that where like the most of them came over?
No, like the first time that the Jews came like to make this country what it is today, it was in 1880 something. And then slowly more Jews started to come and build the country, and then a lot of Arabs from a lot of nations around saw what's happening and moved into the country, and it was was cut for everyone in the way that Egypt got what Egypt got, Jordan got what Jordan got, Syria got what Syria got, Lebanon got what she got, and we got a small part in 48. For the Jewish people, a small land, a small people, a small piece of it. Not including not Judea and Samaria, not the Gaza Strip, not even the southeast city of today's Israel is a lot. Not it, but suddenly it wasn't good for the people, and they attacked us. And when you are conquering and losing the people and blood is on the ground after people are attacking you, we will take the land and you don't care. That's it. This is war. It was in history and it is until today. And we took the land and we're gonna live on it because they attacked us and this is what you wanted and this is what you got.
The land that's in conflict today is the part that you guys took after having only a small piece that you ended up conquering and gaining more. So the part that they're at.
Took is a tough word. When you win a defensive war, when someone attacks you, international law, and you win the battle, you win the war.
We're playing semantics. And by winning, you take. So what are we talking about?
No, you don't take, it's yours. It's justified. Taking has the connotation of robbing.
A war where the conquerors let them have their stuff? Or let them have their land and didn't take it?
No, that's conquering. That's an offensive war. We're talking a defensive war.
Yeah, we didn't come and conquer them because we wanted to.
Defensive wars in history that they let the people keep their land ever and ever, ever. Was there
Take a look at Bolivia. Take a look at look at the map of Bolivia. Bolivia is landlocked. Bolivia used to have a port on the Pacific Ocean. They attacked Chile. Chile fought a defensive war. They conquered the land. Bolivia is now landlocked. Also, Germany lost its eastern provinces after World War II. They lost a lot of land that became parts of Poland and parts of Russia. So yeah, there's many. Japan lost the Kuril Islands to Russia. There are many examples of this.
Do you blame them for fighting for something that they think that they lost? Or is it just fuck them, fuck each side, we're both doing what the fuck we gotta do to get to where we need to be?
No, we don't blame them anything. Instead, the one thing that they wanna demolish us and erase us from this land. My friend, we don't care for them to live there, but we want to live in peace and not every other day to get missiles, and not every other day maybe they will do a 7th of October and kidnap people. Civilians, not army. If you tell me that they took army people as a war, how do you call it?
Prisoner of war.
A prisoner of war, I will tell you, okay, my friend. That seems reasonable because it's war. But coming into private houses of citizens in my country, murdering people, taking some of them hostages, burning them alive in their homes, and then when we are coming to try to take our people back and protect our country and erase this threat and this danger, security danger from us once and for all, they start to cry because they wanted it, they got it. For 20 years, my friend, we are getting rockets from the Gaza Strip, and because we don't have any interest in that land, we didn't go in and try to conquer it and take the weapons that they have. We invented the Iron Dome that is canceling the threat because it's bombing the missiles that they are shooting already in the air, it's 95% of success. Sometimes it falls. And for 20 years, we were in quiet, defending ourselves, eating those rockets, thousands of rockets, because we don't have any interest in that land that they live in. It's called Gaza Street. We don't want it. And because we don't want it, we don't want to put soldiers inside that will die for it's not a cause, because we don't want it. But eventually 7 of October happened.
With the African,
I think that's a good reason to come in and try to take 250 hostages back home.
Hey Shlomi, you know you have the same exact name as one of the hostages.
Again?
You have the same exact name as one of the hostages.
I am the hostage. I am the guy.
Are you saying what, you're him?
Yes, he is him.
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm honored. I'm gonna follow you. I'm so honored.
I'm him.
Shlomi, I'm always, just 1 second, it'll take me. Shlomi, I'm always so appreciative of your voice in here and your sensitivity and understanding, and we just, each time I hear you speak, it is a joy to listen to you and to tell your truth and to be so amazing with every word that you said, and kol hakavod to you. Each time my heart just goes to you. Kol hakavod.
My question is, Sire, after hearing from Shlomi and some of the other people on the panel, do you look at it differently, or do you understand, I should say, do you understand the conflict a little bit better?
No, I understand you guys' perspective better, but I also, it's just the part that I brought up earlier of never wanting to admit the wrongdoings. He got on here, he didn't sugarcoat shit, he said exactly what I was saying and without trying to the innocent, 100% innocent type look, so I respect that.
You know, nothing, Tyler, just something I do want to say to you. First of all, you've been extremely respectful. This is a conversation with people like you that we can have. Somebody that wants to listen, somebody that wants to learn, somebody that has an open mind to be able to absorb things that people are saying to the big you. Well done, and thank you. Sire, and I thank you for being here, and I would agree with the sentiment that you just said as well. Look, Israel is not a perfect country. The government is not perfect. We make mistakes, you know, and it is okay to criticize the Israeli government. It's a democratically elected government, and it's okay to criticize.
Especially with them trying to step in with us, trying to take away passports and shit, or that I don't like other countries having influence over us. And that's my main.
Can you expand upon?
Again, my friend, I didn't.
Fire some jobs. They're trying to write certain laws into not speaking against Israel. They have you can't ban Israel goods and all that other stuff. Like, if we as a country should be able to make decisions for us without having to think about.
Those are Americans lobbying the government. These are not foreign governments lobbying. It's illegal for them to do that. These are
Yes, but why are they lobbying? They're lobbying because they have relationships with those countries, right? So even indirectly, it's still influencing.
They believe that what's good for Israel is good for the United States, and they want to foster that relationship. And there is no law even being contemplated. You can't talk. You mentioned talking poorly or something. I'm paraphrasing about Israel. There's no such law being proposed in the United States Senate or Congress.
There is no law. I think we are cooperating in a strategy that both countries.
Law has to be passed. I understand that. They're lobbying, like you said beforehand, to put things law.
אלכוהול אגביב לי אותו, כי אני איבדתי אותו. Sorry, my friend, I don't understand you, like, what you trying to say.
We work very hard in making sure that we have relationships with, democratic states and freedom of countries. So we're working not just with Israel, but we work with many countries throughout the world to make sure that democracy stands clear in the world.
So we were talking about lobbying by AIPAC. And AIPAC is a very small lobby compared to the oil industry, compared to the, you name it, industry. They pale in comparison to many other lobbying groups.
Like why we are lobbying ourselves in America? I think mostly it's business, my friend, like making money between companies. Like 90% of it and 10% of it is security and a strategy for the future.
Be right back. Give me 1 second.
I was just gonna ask, as far as what you've been through as a hostage, where do you go from here as far as getting yourself together and getting? I would expect you'd never get through it, but if someone else to hear your story and they're going through somewhat similar of what you're going through, how would you get over this? As far as where you go from here now that you are indeed free.
Like how I heal myself, you mean?
Yes, mentally, I know it's not going to be an easy journey. I can imagine what you're going through.
Listen, PTSD, it's a disease that there is no cure for it.
Right.
Like it's something for life. I have a tattoo also, it's non-tattoo, it's not because of captivity, it's something that happened when I was serving in the IDF in the second Intifada, like in 2002. It's so old. So PTSD, it's for life and I live with it. That's what is my tattoo meaning. And it takes all the, how do you say it, when I was in treatment, let's say 8 years ago, I got a lot of tools how to handle myself in life with the disease.
Right. Okay.
And in captivity, in real life, you use it in certain times that you have to use those. That sometimes you get triggered, or sometimes you are waiting in line and you don't have patience, and you work on yourself how to have patience and not lose your mind.
Right.
And those small things. And in captivity, you use it every minute, every second, because it's 24/7 of triggering things and a lot of things that you can understand that can put you in a place that you will maybe punch the guy because he punched you, because he wants to punch you now, because you're with the hostage, in his house, you're in chains, and he wants to give you a punch. And you need to work on yourself not to give a punch back or to say something, because you don't know how you will handle this situation. So it's every second, and because I use those tools there, it's like it's planted inside. So today I came out very strong.
Does anybody have Scotty Block? He's trying to come in. He would like to speak. Does anybody have Scotty Block?
I don't think
It has to be a mod, right?
It has to be a mod that has a block put in. But real quick, the Bible speaks of our faith. When you were there, did you ever feel like you were losing your faith, or did you always, in the back of your mind, knew that God would release you?
hope that the day went through okay, and I'm going to sleep now, and nothing happened, and I'm still alive. So it was always thank you, and hope that someday I will go home.
Were you allowed to pray, or was this something you had to kind of hide from them?
I did it, I did my prayers with myself.
Okay.
In the morning and in the evening, and I don't have the book and the tools to pray. It's a Jew, like we there. So I did my things. I don't think that they will say something if they will see me praying or something like that. I don't think that they will care.
Okay.
Eventually, I think they have respect for religion. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because they have their own religion. So.
Right. Yeah, I'm kind of non-denominational. I came from the Baptist faith, but I've always respected the laws of Moses, the Jewish faith, and things of that nature. So it was very interesting to hear that through your hardships, you were released. We're not going to say exactly free because I feel like we're all a part of the same conflict.
I was free. Free.
Yeah. But
because they came in and took me in an operation.
Right. And blessings to you. And I'm very happy that you've I would want to get
listen, the platform of the world today is the...
I personally would never have said that.
But did he deserve to die for that?
No, because...
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I don't even believe in the death penalty, dude. So it's kind of like, that's a no. But I'm saying the idea of... And don't get me wrong, I am not a liberal.
Why do people keep saying it, though? Why do people keep bringing up this
Because people are telling other people that they're not supposed to.
No, you could feel how you want to feel about him as an individual. I think it's more prominently about the concept of a man who was shot dead. If you can't express at least some quorum and sympathy towards the fact that a human being was shot for what he said, I mean, that's where the problem lies here. Because that's when you're opening up the door for more terrorism in whichever direction. You've just got to kind of recognize that regardless of where you fall on the political spectrum, you can say whatever you want to say. Bad ideas should be invite better ideas. You shouldn't be out here shooting me. And as long as we can recognize that, irrespective of what you felt about what the man said.
Yeah, but but you're missing my point, right? My point is that a group of people did not shoot Charlie Kirk. One guy did.
We don't know that, Daryl. Hold on, we don't know that. And that's actually what's being investigated as we're speaking, as to whether this was a whole group that had noticed and what the involvement was of the group he was in that channel with. We really don't know. And you don't know if there's accessories before the fact, accessories after the fact. You just don't know everyone that's implicated in it.
Hold on.
I just want to say one thing, Daryl.
Go ahead, Scott.
For the record, Charlie Kirk also said about someone who was assassinated, he was awful, not a good person. That person was Martin Luther King Jr. He said that December 2023 at an event hosted by political. Said King, who was assassinated, was awful and not a good person. So, said that about people who were assassinated.
My thing is I'm trying to use very specific words, right? I'm not talking about, a group of people who conspired, and I'm saying one bullet, as far as we know right now, one bullet killed Charlie Kirk, and that one bullet was fired by one person, unless there were 15 hands on the rifle. So one person who we seem to believe is in custody is the one who fired the bullet that killed Charlie. It does not mean that to the people who Kirk may have offended or insulted or, comments about, you can't tell people how to feel. Like if you had a neighbor, right? If you had a neighbor who always made noise, or who just would tell you that, like come out of the house and piss on your lawn and turn your lawn yellow, and you, something happens to your neighbor, you don't want that to happen to your neighbor. But let's admit that human beings are human beings, and human beings dislike other human beings. It's not fair. This is just me. It's not fair to tell people what to think and feel, and just start taking stuff off the internet, because that is how conspiracies come to be. All of these sites that are now scrubbing all these like really nasty things that Charlie Kirk has said are being scrubbed from the internet, and I would personally like to know why. And I will say again, like I've said, hold on, for the past 2 days, before June, I had never heard of this guy. I had never even heard of him. I've got no dog in this race. It's funny what is happening, and what is happening is only going to lead to more anger on both sides. That's just my thing.
I think Beaver came up, wanted to speak. Beaver, do you want to say something?
I'm wondering these nasty things. I don't have any problem with what he said about the pilot thing. If he's talking about the context of DEI, and if those programs were pushing people, I think it was all based on that presumption, like that hypothetical, if they're pushing people through that aren't qualified. And if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna wonder. That's a natural human thing to question.
But not everyone agrees, Beaver, with the assumption that means the standard was lowered.
I guess you also
you have a flaw in your logic.
No, if it's based on
that there are black pilots, not only in commercial airlines, but there are black pilots in the military. Black people fly all the time. So when you say it's a natural human thing to wonder if a black pilot.
No, you're misunderstanding what I said. That's not what I'm
not really telling you what.
Can you let him just finish for a second and then jump in?
No, I think Kirk was saying if the standards are lowered based on DEI, then people will wonder, is this person qualified to fly me right now? And that in itself is a natural human thing to wonder. So I think things are being twisted, what he said. I think people are hearing words and phrases and then automatically saying, guy was a racist, he was a horrible person. But from everything that I've seen, all accounts are that he was a pretty good guy.
Just to piggyback, and then Daryl, if you want to jump on this. After the Harvard decision came on affirmative action, and all the evidence and the arguments came out, and you saw how some of these students were getting accepted versus other students, you take a pause and you think, okay, I used to pay a premium for a Harvard graduate because I knew they were the best and the brightest in the country. But now the best and the brightest in the country were not going there. That's not who they were educating. So if you're going to pay that premium, what are you getting on your premium? And that came out after that court case, that people were wondering, have these top universities wholesaled themselves in terms of the people that they're graduating, and are they graduating what had that extra premium you would pay for as an employer for the Harvard student. So what Beaver's talking about is one thing, but that definitely translated to law firms that were hiring out of Harvard Law. I mean, it just does. So whether you're hearing that or not, that part translated.
I want to make sure I understand. You're saying that the value of a Harvard law degree went down?
The value of a degree from the university went down when everyone heard the evidence on what their acceptance requirements were, and the idea that you got the best and the brightest in the country. You were not getting the best and the brightest in the country because they weren't accepting them. And that came out, if you followed that case and you followed the evidence that supported and why they won, you could see, and you could see what came out statistically and what they showed evidentially as they were arguing that case. That's why would I pay an extra $100,000 a year in salary to what I think I'm getting the top in the country, and they weren't educating the top in the country. They wouldn't accept them.
Okay, I got it. I just wanted to
Like it or
clarify.
not, Jane, that's.
I'm not liking it or not. I want to understand what you were saying. Thank you.
Well,
That's it.
I'm hearing a bunch of ifs. Beaver just said 3 ifs, right? Like, if is based on DEI. Beaver, do you have any actual information on the pilot training programs for any major airline?
No, that's not necessary if you're just.
Okay, no, hold on. So what you did was you went from a three if statement to a then statement, right? So it's like, and yet it's not based on anything, but you said people sewing words together, right? These are not people sewing words together. These are things that he said. If you're going to say that something is an if or maybe or possibility, and it's not based on any information that you actually have, maybe you should go research it and see if these major airlines went out and changed their pilot training programs for DEI, because then if not, you're not standing on solid ground with your assumption. That's all I'm saying.
No, listen to what I said. If DEI across the board in America, where people are lowering standards, whether it's pilots or not, whether it's the Harvard case that was brought before the Supreme Court, where the Asians were having higher scores and metrics and getting denied. So in a broader conversation in America, if these things are happening, okay, if it happens, if people throw out pilot, okay, if people are being pushed through, I'm not saying they are or not. I'm saying that's what he was saying. If these things, then a pilot, I'm going to wonder. If they're not there on merit, then am I in danger? I mean, it's just that basic concept.
What about the Asian thing? I mean, if we just, colleges aren't strict meritocracies, right? People without the highest GPAs get in all the time because they're in marching band, because they can play football. Because if we just went by grades, there would be no boys on campus. And girls that are heterosexual would have no one to date. There's DEIs for boys all the time because women want somebody to fuck that are straight. There's all kinds of stuff that colleges do, right, among qualified applicants to sort of make sure that the community is reflective of a certain kind of social environment. And it's interesting. I looked this up today. For another conversation, but on the whole, college admission standards have gone down in the past 12 or 13 years for colleges in general. Elite colleges have gone up. Like Brown has gotten twice as selective over the past 10 years, and the Harvard admission rate is 3.8%. Okay, 3.8%. That's tougher. When I got into my doctorate program, PTS was one of the more competitive grad programs in the field, and they accepted 10%. 10% of the applicants got accepted into the program, 20 people a year. However it worked out, but it was a very selective program. 10% was seen. So Harvard takes 3.8% of the applicants. Well, it's extremely selective.
Scott, look at the evidence from the case. Look, don't blame the messenger here. I'm just telling you there was a fallout.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
About it. You can ask.
Abby, I'm not saying, Abby,
okay.
I'm not denying, Abby, that somebody got into Harvard, right? That if they admitted 2,000 students, that they did not admit the 2,000 best objective test scores and grades. I would completely acknowledge that. So would Harvard. But that's not what any college does, right? If it was a strict meritocracy, You'd have to not even look at names on applications.
Then go argue that with the hiring partners at the major. I mean, again, don't kill the messenger. I'm just telling you that as a result of that case, it tainted the degree.
That may be the case. That may be the case. I mean, that may be the case. I don't know. I don't disbelieve that people might look at that case and think, what's Harvard degree? I'm just saying, it's extremely difficult to get in. And universities aren't meritocracies. People, I mean, all Ivy Leagues have legacy students, right? People whose parents are mostly white students, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they always had legacy, you know, like, I mean, that exists. I have a kid who's an Ivy graduate. I can tell you the whole process and going through it. However, again, don't kill the messenger. When the evidence came out, it tainted it. So what Charlie, I was interesting how Beaver said that, because I haven't heard the recording. I'd like to hear it and hear his words. When did he say it? Where do I find it?
About Joe Biden? About Joe Biden should be...
That one and also the one...
Yeah, I mean, just Google Charlie Kirk, Joe Biden, death penalty. It'll come right up. It comes on video with captions.
Okay.
I mean, it's not hard to find.
Anyway, Daryl, I understand what you're saying. And it's not that people have to like the message. Again, I think the message is the outrage of assassination. And that's got to be the message from both sides, constantly, and like driven home.
If I can just address.
Go ahead, Arthur.
Beaver, really quickly. Just about the pilots and DEI. That's DEI is involved with expanding this who's getting interviewed. Simply, that's all it is. DEI is not lowering the standard. It's just making sure that more people get interviewed for the job. That way.
Let's examine that from a critical thinking point of view really quickly, if I may. So you're saying that DEI only has to do with interviews and has nothing whatsoever to do with hiring. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, now, hold on, no, wait a minute, please, wait. Hello, I'll give you a chance to respond. Do you have any evidence that says DEI only applies to interviews and does not apply to hiring? What evidence do you have, if any?
Well, how do you separate the two?
No, sir, if I may.
Question.
And you're not answering, sir, you're not answering it. You're not answering the question. The question is very simple. It's really yes or no. Do you have any evidence? Now you can say, Steve, I don't have evidence, but this is what I think. Or Steve, I don't understand what evidence is. But your response was, how do you distinguish between the two?
If you want a link, I'll give you a link.
No, sir, I don't want it. Sir, the answer is, I don't want a link. I don't want to be, and you might not have been here a half hour ago when we were talking about Charlie Kirk having debate with college students, and they were constantly looking at their phone. I don't want to look at a link. I want to hear it from you.
Okay, what evidence would you like me to present to you?
I will answer, sir. I will answer that, sir. No.
Steve, let me answer.
Sure.
Steve, all I'm saying is, if yes, I can present evidence, I can say these things, but that's just me saying it. It's not bringing facts to the table. But I can say yes, and then you can just accept that. Yes.
I'll rephrase my question. Can you bring any evidence to the table? No. Can you bring any evidence to the table that says that DEI only applies to interviews and does not apply to hiring?
Yes. How would you like me to present that evidence to you, Steve?
English. Give me your studies. Give me your statistics. Give me your sites. Let's hear it.
So you want the websites? You want the papers? How would you like me to get it? Want to email it to you?
He wants you in a conversation to be able to quote the source.
Quote the source. Thank you. Quote the source. That's what I want. Quote the source. And you...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the actual source so I can quote it to you because I don't have it memorized. That's not how I operate. So I'm going to get the information. I'll come back in a moment and I'll present you the source.
That sounds great. Take your time, and what I want you to do is someone is speaking, wait till they finish, and then say, Steve, I've got my sources, I want to tell them to you now, and we'll go ahead and we'll put you right to the front. You got it.
I've been Googling, can someone help me with this? I cannot find that clip.
I found a description of what DEI.
No, the clip about Joe Biden. I can't find it anywhere.
Sorry.
Norm, you missed it. She was at, somebody spoke about 5-10 minutes ago about Charlie Clerk saying that Joe Biden, I forgot. Something horrific.
Daryl, were you the one that had it, the quote?
Yeah, I'm doing something right now. I'll come back in a second.
Okay, and then if you could give it to me, I can find it.
I read you what ChatGPT tells us the DEI's hiring requirements are.
No, well, you can, Norm, if you want, but what I was asking, Arthur came up and made a point that DEI only applies to interviews. It has nothing whatsoever to do with hiring. So if what you found on ChatGPT addresses that, where it specifically says that DEI does not apply to hiring and only applies to interviews, go.
It says the opposite.
Thank you, Norm. That's what I thought.
So here are the key principles of DEI hiring. Diversity, actively seek out and hire individuals from various backgrounds, including different genders, ages, races, socioeconomic statuses, sexual orientations, and abilities. Equity, ensure that the hiring process provides fair access to opportunities for all candidates, regardless of their background. Inclusion, cultivate a welcoming and supportive company culture where all employees feel valued and respected, creating an environment where their unique perspectives are encouraged. Then there's a whole list of practical DEI hiring strategies.
Thank you, Norm. And by the way, I gave Arthur complete license whenever anybody is finished speaking. If he could find the exact opposite, break in and give me his sites. Thank you.
Well, then there's constant checking of, there's constant, I want to use their words, constantly analyzing DEI metrics to drive improvement.
Thank you. And by the way, all of the critical thinkers out there will notice I never said word one about whether or not I'm in favor or against DEI. The only thing I've said was it absolutely applies to hiring and does not only apply to interviews. That's all I said.
And I'm asking to see that video because I can't find it, then it's confusing. If you said it was scrubbed, and then you said it's just easy Google, I can't find it, so it's one or the other.
Well, I just came up. I'm getting ready for something, so I can't be in here long. But something became very clear to me as I was listening to this conversation, right? And it's that we all may have different ideas about what constitutes a racist statement. I believe that if you see a person and presume that their capabilities are somehow compromised because of the color of their skin, that is a racist statement to me. And it's possible that the reason that we're not finding common ground is because we have different definitions of the term racist. And so, in a way, these conversations end up feeling kind of futile because, like, the idea, I think that is an outrageous statement to make. And maybe we'll disagree about, we can't get to a space of agreeing about how people want to think about and reflect on this time in history, because we want permission to feel and justification to feel that racist tropes, racist statements are okay. And oddly enough, I will fight for you to have the right to do that. You can feel however you choose to feel. I think where this goes wrong is when people try to talk other people out of how they feel. I don't get on a plane and say, wow, this guy is a white guy. I wonder if he's a school shooter. I wonder if that would be outrageous. I wonder if his kids are, that would be outrageous, because it's making a decision about an entire group of people based on their race. Now that may not matter to you. That may not offend you. You may not be disturbed by that. You may not agree that that is a racist statement. So can we just agree to disagree? This thing that we're doing of like this cleansing, this redaction it's bizarre. Just say it with your whole chest. Just say it with your whole chest. Just do it and be out and proud and loud and just stand by it.
I will say it.
If it wasn't so...
I will say it, nigga. I will say nigga.
There we go. Thank you so much. You proved my point. That's exactly that's where we are. Like, if that's how you feel, if that's what you think, just own that. Harvard has 40% legacy admission. 40% legacy and athletes. Are you kidding me? That means, like, when you look at Yale, you think George Bush, you think, I could go down a whole list of people who are not mental geniuses. But we don't have any problem with those admissions. We're gonna sit here.
I just said, don't kill the messenger here. I'm just telling you the fallout.
Abby, you said, I heard you what you said. You said there's always been legacy. There's always. Legacy admissions are not a problem. Legacy admissions are not a problem. It's the 7 black people that got into Harvard. Listen. I didn't interrupt you. I sat and I listened to you. I'm speaking now.
Yeah, but don't put it in
that's
my
okay.
words, because I was.
Tell you what, let's hey, hold on. Let's let Denise take as much time as she wants. And Denise, the only thing I'm going to ask, and I'm sure you can comply, don't quote Abby. Just say whatever you want to say in your own words. I'm sure you'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have to. We've established it. It's whatever. I just want us to listen. If you can't stand by the words you say, that's your problem. If you're not proud of the words that you say, that's your problem. If you revere someone and there's this effort to scrub every comment, listen, if you say he was a champion for his position, he was an aggressive, outspoken, there are a lot of things that you could say that are 100% true. I think that where we're having the problem is this campaign to persuade me that somebody that says when they see a black pilot, they're not sure if they're going to be safe on that plane is not racist. That is outrageous to me. That's an outrageous thing to say. So if you feel that, we're not going to be aligned. You're not going to convince me. You're not going to persuade me. So then what are we talking about? Just hold on to the beliefs that you want to hold on to, and I'll hold on to the beliefs that I want to hold on to. And we just agree to disagree.
And before we go to Abby and the new people that just came onto the stage, I just want to say for the record, for me, when I hop on the plane, the first thing I think about is how long has it been since the captain had a drink, and did he get 8 hours of sleep last night? That's the only thing I give a shit about the captain or the guy that's flying or the gal that's flying my jet.
By the way, I got receipts.
Hang on.
In the
Oh,
chat,
yeah, okay, Image, go ahead. Go ahead,
in the chat is the
No, please tell me, please, my eyesight sucks, please tell me.
Okay, so I just posted a link to the video.
I don't care about the link, just tell me what it says.
July 2023, where Charlie Kirk calls on his podcast for Joe Biden to be.
Oh, this is Reverend Scott. I'm sorry, Reverend.
Yeah. This is I just posted the link to where Charlie Kirk says his own show Joe Biden should be executed.
I posted it too. I didn't see that Scott had did it, but I posted the Reddit link too.
All right, so
I think it's interesting that, you know, Abby seems to be saying she couldn't find it, and yet I just Googled it again, and it's all over.
You?
Why?
Because I'm a lot older and I'm not good with finding.
And she doesn't look it though, because I hung out with Abby in person, and she does not. She doesn't look. She looks like she could Google faster than a 35.
Thank you.
All right, so Abby, did you want to respond
Just
or?
again.
Just do me a good favor, just do me a huge favor. Don't quote any prior speakers, just say it in your own words.
I'm
I know.
saying articles I read, talking to people in the industry, and the fallout was the fallout. I'm not promoting it. I'm just stating that was the fallout after that case. With respect to having natural biases, you want me to own one? When I go to the hospital, I get really happy if my doctor is a Jewish doctor. So there's an absolute bias. You can like it or not, I'm gonna own it. Okay? It makes me feel good when that happens.
When Ronald Reagan was shot, he asked the doctor before he put him under anesthesia if he was a Republican.
Right. I mean, we all have our. So I never asked what the political party is of my doctor, but I definitely had a comfort if that's the case. So
You know what I ask when I see a surgical doctor? How many times before have you performed this procedure? That's what I ask. But nevertheless, Necro, have you spoken yet? JCS, have you spoken yet?
No, I haven't.
And okay, JCS, you're before him. Did you speak or did you want to?
I'm not done. One last thing. The reason is because
go
they
ahead,
know
Abby.
what their mothers put them through. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, JCS and then Necro, I think, is the order, I think.
It's rare that I don't have something to offer, but much of what I said was in the chat throughout the duration of the conversation, so I'll just leave it there. I gotta go to the gym, but thank you.
All right, I show Necro and then Arthur, who we're waiting on, and then Lana. Hi, Necro.
Yeah, I just want to be clear about
Well, I just want to understand essentially what specific topic is it all mostly around Charlie Kirk and his legacy, because I know that's been around for the past week.
Thanks. Anything else, or are you good?
Well, I just wanted to clarify that. Is that really what the subject is about?
The subject's about anything anybody wants to talk about. It's an after party. It's a popcorn.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, to me, since I heard about it, seems like there's been discussion on Charlie Kirk. I mean, to me, I ultimately see is like, you have a lot of people who have, of course, been putting about a lot of the, rhetoric that showed a lot of Kirk's controversial side, ultimately. And to me, and of course, you have Dwayne Johnson's daughter, who made a claim that if you don't want people to say,
nasty things about you when you're dead, and don't say nasty things while you're alive.
Yeah.
And so, to me, it's like, in general, I'm not a person who feels the impulses to do that, but I think all opinions are valid on the subject. But I think essentially the same people who want the legacy that Charlie Kirk was known for being a person who championed free speech, the greatest way they can insult his legacy is by, like I heard on the news the other day about a story, I haven't looked at the story, but I heard of like a guy who was apparently arrested for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, which, you might it's like, as shit as you think it is.
He got arrested because he went and destroyed part of a vigil. There were people around it, and there was a thing of like flowers, hearts, and notes. He probably got charged with destruction of property.
Okay. Well, like I said, if that was the case, but regardless, I have heard people who have said that essentially that people should be in jail online. Like I've seen people on Facebook saying that, people have, should be in prison for celebrating his death. Which is like, yeah, you can say it's shitty, but it's like, it's still something that's protected under the First Amendment, like under free speech.
Yeah, and I'll give you my personal opinion, and again, I'm no lawyer, but where you cross over the line, you are absolutely allowed. Unfortunately, if someone died or was assassinated after the fact, you can say, I'm glad they were assassinated, I'm glad they're dead, that's protected. But once you advocate for assassinating or killing somebody in the present day or the future that's currently alive, that's where you step over the line.
Uncle Steve, let me tell you,
Yes.
Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, disagrees with you.
Really?
She single-handedly is overturning Skokie today, and says that people will be gone after by the Justice Department for hate speech. David French, knows his Constitution pretty well, said, this is crazy that hate speech, there's no hate speech exception in the First Amendment, but according to Pam Bondi, there now is, and as Attorney General, she said she will be enforcing.
Yes, however, we should clarify that hate speech does not require an element of inciting violence or breaking the law. For example, here's some hate speech for you out of my mouth. I hate the Nazis, and I wish that they will all be disbanded. That is hate speech that's protected. But if I say members of the Nazi Party should die or be assassinated, that's where I cross over the line from hate speech to inciting violence. And let's see, who hasn't spoken? We have Lana. Hi, Lana.
Hi, how are you guys?
How are you, Lana?
I'm good. I'm from London.
Great, I'm from Los Angeles.
See, I love it. We're already connecting across the pond.
Great minds think alike. What would you like to contribute?
Do you know what? I'm grateful to find a room that, celebrates diversity and brings people together. And I'm finding, I'm Jewish. I'm living in London. I just came back from Israel. And I have experienced so much. I hate the word hatred, but there you go. I've had so much challenges in this country from before I left and since October the 7th and coming back from Israel and I'm quite a person that stands up and can, normally stands up and is celebrating who I am, and I'm a singer and I run live music nights, and I've never felt, I've never found it difficult to wear my Star of David or, my yellow badge about the hostages or anything like that. But actually, in the most recent times, I have found myself hesitate to say that I was in Israel or, and it's sad, and it's just felt like I'm just happy to be in a place that we can all be who we are and celebrate who we are and feel okay with it, you know, because in the other rooms on Facebook, I mean, sorry, not Facebook, Clubhouse,
Yeah.
I felt like I have stood up and said who I am and who I think, but I've had so much hate thrown at me. So, yeah, just nice to be here, but I didn't really catch exactly what the conversation was yet, so I'm just going to sit back and listen for a bit.
That's okay. And before we move on, thank you very much. And yes, when I hold, I encourage opinions from all sides of the coin, as long as you're respectful. And if you say something, and I'm not saying anybody has, but if you say something that is either completely stupid or ridiculous, I'm going to stop and call you on it. And by the way, most people do not hate me. Most people think I'm pretty reasonable. They like being in my rooms, with the exception of the talking apes. That's a group of people that absolutely hate me. But that being said, let's go to Susanna. Hi, Susanna.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
And by the way, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. So I already know definitely there's a lot of things that I disagree with some people here, but I also believe in free speech and peaceful thought. So disclaimer, I'm a conservative. But some of the reason why I feel just calling out Charlie Kirk as a racist for statements such as the pilot statement, if someone says, I think black pilots are not able to fly, I would agree. That's a racist statement. That would be abhorrent. But he didn't say that. He said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if he's qualified. And there's a little nuance there. And the nuance is that he's not saying, oh, I think he can't fly because of the color of his skin. He's saying, I'm not sure if he can fly because people are getting jobs based on the color of their skin. And that worries me. I'd rather know that they're getting jobs. If DEI was not in play, then he wouldn't make that comment. And every single comment that I hear about him, that he's racist, if there's more context to it or you understand what he's talking about, I feel that it is pretty much unfounded. And I can see this because his best friend was Candace Owens. And then I also hear a lot of people go, oh, well, if you have a black friend, that doesn't mean you're not racist. And it's just kind of like, if somebody accuses you of something as heinous as racism or being a Nazi, then there's no way out of it. Because you're like, oh, just because they do that good thing doesn't mean that they don't. Well, yeah, actually it does, especially when you don't have concrete evidence to show otherwise. But not only was he best friends with Candace Owens, he had her in prominent positions. They worked together, they traveled together, and it wasn't as if he had some sexual kink. They were friends. They were like brother and sister.
Sure, you're not thinking of Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, she used to work for Ben Shapiro. She didn't work for Charlie Kirk.
Well, that's true too. Before Ben Shapiro, she worked with Charlie Kirk.
She's just here to express
her
feelings.
But that's not true. Both things can be true, buddy. Because one is true doesn't mean that the other is not. So it is a fact.
That's not what I said. What I said was, I think the thing you're talking about is not Charlie Kirk, because he didn't employ her in any positions. He certainly wouldn't set foot anywhere near her now. She's gone off the deep end.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true. You're misinformed.
She said Dr. Mengele.
Okay, so
all right, hold on. Everybody stop. Susanna, why don't you do us a favor? Because I would love to learn. Why don't you take a couple of minutes if you're near a computer and get some facts about him employing her? Because
well, let me just interject really quick. I didn't say employ. I said worked with.
Okay, worked with. Okay.
Yes, I can do that super fast.
No. There's a huge difference between working with and employ. Look, I work with Marshall on Clubhouse, but I've never employed him, and he's never employed me. So you're right, there is a difference. Yeah.
And they were best friends and they traveled together, and he wouldn't do certain
I do
jobs.
want to mention this particular statement.
Sure.
She is noted Owens for saying Dr. Mengele's experiments are weird propaganda. She's also questioned question the number of people that died in the Holocaust. The woman has jumped off the deep end.
Fair enough.
You don't say that. You don't align yourself with a white supremacist like Nick Fuentes by saying shit like that and
I
expect
don't know that
everybody to
he's
take
aligned
you
with Nick
and
Fuentes.
expect everybody to take you as middle of the road in the Republican Party.
I don't know that
It
he's aligned
also
with Nick
should be.
Fuentes.
It also should be stated that if someone says, "If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna wonder if they're fit," it's an incredibly bigoted statement. It doesn't matter that he might have influenced other things. That's super fucked up to say because of somebody's skin color, you're gonna wonder if they're fucking qualified for a job.
But that's not why. That's not why. I was saying that. That's what I was saying. The nuance.
That is, he said, I am on the Republican side. I think Charlie Kirk did an immense amount of good, but we're not gonna play this game where Charlie Kirk says stuff like that, and we're gonna try and reframe it since his death. No, he said it.
I'm not trying to reframe it.
I'd like to
You're wrong.
I'm not trying to reframe it.
And it is what it is.
He said it.
You're wondering
He
about
said
the
it because
qualification.
and also at the time, Kevin was the first time.
Pilot, and your rationale is some.
You're interrupting me, and you're talking over me. You interrupted me the first time around.
Yes, so So in response to the claim of the DEI speculation, right? Do we actually think that jobs that require an education, a qualification, and passing tests, that people get hired through the DEI system? However, that may be the case. They still need to be qualified to be a pilot, to be a doctor, to be an air traffic controller, right? So DEI might be a part of it. However, they still need to be qualified. Would you guys?
However, JCC, you may have missed the conversation between me and Arthur about 10 minutes ago. Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, let me just bring you up to speed because Arthur's been noticeably quiet since then. Arthur, I see you unmuting, so maybe you can.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, let me just bring JCC up to speed. Arthur said that DEI only applies to interviewing and not to hiring. I vehemently disagreed. Norm then brought up the facts word for word. However, not only does DEI apply to hiring as well as interviews, but it applies specifically to hiring. But Arthur, you came off, so do you have anything that backs up what you're saying, that DEI only applies to interviews and has nothing to do with?
So, one of the things, Steve, is where it initially started, is that interviewing leads to hiring. So I was trying to say this, is that they're linked together because you don't do one without the other, right? I'm not ignorant enough to understand that they don't coincide with each other. One of the things I was trying to actually get out of the beginning, they do work with each other, so I am in agreement with you that it's not what I was trying to actually, the one I'm trying to say is that we're not required to hire someone because they are diverse.
Are you saying now that DEI applies to both interviews and hiring?
It is part of the equation. Yeah.
Fair enough. You know what? I agree with you. There you go. Simple.
We agree.
We agree. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's go on to Taro. Hi, Taro.
Hi.
Hi.
So I think if we actually do take more of like a critical lens to what's happening, should be able to see that like the Kirk situation has been misrepresented in media. We know that he used to distribute a hit list when it came to black and brown professors at various.
Wait a minute. Whoa. I don't know that. Do you have a copy of that hit list?
Yes, I do. One second.
Please tell us who's on it.
Generated
Please.
by Turning Point?
No. I don't care who it's generated. Oh, I'm sorry. Go to someone else. No.
The hit list that you're talking about, do you have it, something to show that it was generated by Turning Point?
Taro hopefully is going to get us the name of who's on the hit list and what the hit list stands for. I've never heard of this before. I don't know if this is a hit list that actually
was there was a sort of naughty list. Like, I don't know exactly what the hit was, but like there was one black professor that was on it. Was Charlie Kirk said she's terrible. She's advocates, these views that are liberal, and she would get these death threats and the C word and the black B word. Yeah, I mean,
Again, everything's in context. I mean, ADL has a list of bad people that are anti-Semites, okay? So can you put things in context?
Yeah. I remember that Charlie Kirk said she should be, attacked or anything, but she got death threats. She got terrible
Did
things.
he call for her to get death threats?
I don't think he called for her to get death threats. No, I do not think he did that. No.
He just threw her on a watch list. Okay, so the watch list has terrorized legions. Yeah, it's terrorized legions of professors across the country, women, black faculty, queer scholars, basically anyone who challenged white supremacy, gun culture, or Christian nationalism suddenly found themselves targets of coordinated abuse. Some of these death threats, some of these people received death threats, some had their jobs threatened, some left academia entirely, others had I know somebody personally who had their office ransacked, and a lot of
Who
their
was
manuscripts.
organizing these ransacks and these death threats? Are you saying that his organization?
No, she's not saying.
No, she used the term organized.
No, I heard what she said, but let me see if I can put this in the right context. Taro, and again, this is the first time. Taro, are you saying this is a list of people that not only are strong influencers, but vehemently disagree with position, and he's basically letting his followers know these are people that are speaking up against us? But Kirk did not say to go and ransack their offices. He said, you got to watch for these people because they disagree with our position. Or am I totally off base?
You're a little bit off base, but
okay.
You're kind of there, almost. Okay, so I don't know how much everyone's age kind of affects their ability to or their exposure, I guess, not ability, exposure to understanding the Groyper movement or the Nazi movement and other white supremacist gangs. How they have been.
Some of us do it for a living. We track it for a living.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So you would know that if you are looking into some of the places where Charlie Kirk would actually post in 4chan networks, etc., we know that he would put up a watch list.
Wait, say that again. What you just said.
Abby, a watch list is what she said.
She said pose. Is that the word?
Post. Abby, post a watch list. Go ahead, Taro. Go ahead.
Is my English difficult?
No. Taro, you're doing great. Taro, you're doing great.
I was afraid that maybe my English was a little bit.
Your English is perfect. Please continue.
Maybe I could slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to try and speak as slowly and comprehensively as possible. What would you like me to speak on?
Well, I'd like you to speak on anything that you would like to, unless you're finished for now.
Well, I think that my point, before I was interrupted several times and asked to provide evidence, which is weird because, Susanna said a whole bunch of things that were false and we didn't ask her for, but that's fine. Anyways, I think that if we use some critical thinking,
yes,
and we understand what makes up and constitutes a gang, we can understand that these white supremacist gangs, as they exist on the internet, in this meta space, is spilling over into physical spaces. This has happened before in history. Klansmen have been at the throats of other skinhead organizations, and this has just been a position that white supremacist organizations generally have. So they don't necessarily cooperate with one another.
this is a common kind of position that exists with white supremacist organizations. Charlie Kirk, as somebody who is also a part of a white supremacist organization, is also a part of that.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that organization?
I think Turning Point USA was his organization.
Okay, I'm not aware that. Hold on. I wasn't aware that Turning Point was a white supremacist organization, but please continue.
Okay, well, I'm glad that I could be here to help.
May I ask you a question, Carol? Does a white...
Tell you what, Abby, hang on, Abby. Go ahead, Taro.
Yeah, so I think if we understand, like, the position that Americans have around gang violence, we should also understand that this is not a political thing, because Americans don't believe that, like, we as, like, critical theorists would believe that gangs are very much a part of the political body as well, but Americans at large do not define gang violence as political violence. And so I think that this, like...
What do Americans in general define gang violence as?
It's non-political?
I gotta tell you,
Would you like me to give you a article on that? Would you like me to explain that Americans feel that way, or?
Yes, I would like it in your own words. I would not prefer an article. I'd like it in your own words. You see, my opinion, first based on the facts, that when we talk on Clubhouse, and I said this yesterday, is that 85% of the people just listen. Only 10 to 15% of the people on Clubhouse speak. And so I encourage everybody not to confuse the 10 to 15% that speak with the 85% that just listen. You see, I think most Americans really don't care that much about what we're talking about. They care about paying their bills. They care about their household. They care about their family. And they care about a safe environment. They don't care about arguing over conservative and liberal and Democrat and Republican and blue and red. But if you want, you can tell me what you think and why I might be wrong.
So, I feel like in what you've said already, you've projected a lot of, like, strange statements, but, like, I don't know what to, like...
Well, they might be strange, but I maintain that they're true.
Okay.
And by the way, if anything that I just said, in your opinion, is not true, tell me what I said that's not true.
Okay. I don't know where you are putting your thoughts together in right now.
Hello, I'll answer your question. Go ahead and thank you. And then we'll move on. Where I'm putting my thoughts together, and by the way, you talked about age earlier. I'm 65 years old, okay? I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. I'm giving you a little bit of my history, okay? I've got a bachelor's degree from 40 years ago. I've got 35 years of experience in workers' compensation, employment, and labor law. But nobody on Clubhouse wants to talk about that. So instead, I've spent the past 4.5 years on Clubhouse speaking to people about current events, politics, God and religion, and the human condition. And I've spoken to thousands of people. So when you ask, where am I getting my thoughts from? That's where I'm getting my thoughts from. But I'd love to hear from you in a bit, but I want to give some other people.
Do you want me to give you a resume right now, too?
If you want, you can send it to me. That's fine.
Well, I figured you wanted to do a credentialing because you were credentialing yourself.
The only reason why I was credentialing myself is because you asked me, where am I getting my thoughts from? You said, I don't know. You said, I don't know where you're getting. See, now you're interrupting me. You said, I don't know where in your thoughts from, so I figured I would be honest, sincere, and answer your question.
Yeah, and I was offering that if you are honestly, sincerely answering my question, that you would want to like actually hear my thought out, because you still haven't actually let me finish a thought.
Tell you what, take a minute and finish a thought. Nobody interrupt her, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, like, so, as I had mentioned, Americans at large, because I'm talking about the legal system, not our individual beliefs, the American legal system sees gang violence as senseless violence. It considers it senseless, and it considers it to be non-political. This is just what it's called in the legal world. Now, America is not just us talking on Clubhouse, but it's also a number of different systems that come together to actually work and function as a state. And so, that is what I'm trying to address, that this gang violence that happens between white factions of white supremacist groups should not be taken as though it is political violence, when they are actually just hitting each other this way. We don't do this to any other race.
You're going to argue.
Now let her take her 30. Let her finish.
We don't do this to any other race. We don't do this to any other community. And so white people should not play the victim card in this moment, and should understand that this is what senseless gang violence will do. It will lead to senseless violence.
You're being wholly and completely dishonest. Charlie Kirk, on the Republican side, led one of the largest grassroots organizations in the country that helped drive the youth vote out.
Tara, go on mute, please. Tara, go on. Thank you.
So did the Black Panthers.
Tara, go on mute, please. Second request.
At no level since Richard Nixon in 1970.
So did Mumia Abu Jamal.
I'm not done. You got mad.
Tara, last request,
Do
please.
you know who Mumia Abu Jamal is?
All right, okay, and let me just say this before we move on to Marshall. Tara, I gave you 3 warnings to stay on mute, and you didn't, and I'm terribly sorry. If you want to hang out, we'll bring you back again in about 5 minutes, but I don't know how long you've been on Clubhouse, but there's a general rule on Clubhouse all over the place that you don't interrupt the moderators. That's pretty much the same rule in every room, but Marshall, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's a dishonest framing. It was clearly done by a guy who, for whatever reason, had animus or dislikes the guy. I don't really care which political party he ascribed to. The party of the shooter is unimportant to me. He then took a bolt-action rifle, set up a 200-yard shot in the middle of a political rally. I don't know in what context, in an assassination, which, by the way, if you're going to shoot 200 yards, far, far longer than voices can be heard over, you need to be a pretty decent shot, which means you have to practice and think about what you're going to do. So it was premeditated, certainly. That's what the state charged him with as well. The other piece of this is, again, it was at a political rally done to a guy who leads one of the largest college grassroots organizations in the country that is famous for politics. They're not famous for just being white, or he's not famous for just being white. He's famous because of politics. So it's clearly a political assassination. To say that it is not is to be genuinely dishonest in the framing. I'm not assuming that one is a dishonest person. I'm simply assuming that the framing itself is dishonest because it doesn't adequately take into account his political status, the group he was a part of, or the people he was talking to at the time he was shot.
I would be curious to hear her definition of what a white supremacist is. I was actually wanting to know how, because she specifically said that Turning Point and he are affiliated were white supremacists. So I was just curious how she defines a white supremacist.
Well, affiliated is different because Yeah, affiliated is different. You know.
But she specifically said his organization is.
Yes, she did. And we can bring her up in a couple of minutes. I got no problem with hearing her again. But Hanson is new and Ron is new. Hi, Hanson. You want to contribute? Hanson, would you like to? Hanson.
Oh, hey, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, go ahead. Hi. Go ahead.
Get to my phone. Yeah.
No problem.
So I just came in earlier, and then shortly, and I heard about the DI, and just want to say something about it. Before that, I also heard Susanna talking about Candace Owen and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And I'm not too familiar with Candace Owen, but just the other day, I think on YouTube I just happened to come upon her video memorializing Charlie Kirk, and so she said she was working very closely with Charlie Kirk on the founding or maybe actually founding of the Turning Point USA. So I don't know if it's employment or under. So, but they are.
I like affiliated. That sounds like affiliated. I like that.
Yeah, and she also put on the videos how close they work together. So just want to put it out there because it seems there is a controversy of how close they work together.
Hey, I've been asking.
Work very, very, very close together.
I've been asking Abby for a job for years, and she'll only affiliate with me on Clubhouse.
Hanson, I wanted my physicist to be Chinese. Does that insult you in any regard?
Well, that's your preference. Yes, sure, definitely. I mean, if that's your preference, that's fine.
Especially if you're into Chinese medicine and not Western medicine, right?
Yeah, but would rather say that you want the best physicist to work with you.
Let's go to someone that I haven't seen in a long time, Ron.
Actually, I didn't finish it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The Candace Owen part, because I just happened on that. But regarding DI, I think it's DI definitely is. The consequence of DI definitely lowers the quality of the profession, because if it is without DI, the market pressure would have the press for the right amount of qualification, and then when you add in external pressure to filling the quota, affirmative action or DI, that definitely would lower the quality of the profession. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Let's go to someone who I haven't seen in a gazillion years. Ron. Hi, Ron. Long time no see.
Hey, Steve. I was browsing, and I'm a fan of yours, as you well know, and I'm a fan of critical thinking, so I thought I would tune in and see if there's any contribution I could make. So can I listen for a while and chime in?
Yes, absolutely, you sure can. We're probably going to be here till 6 o'clock, 23 more minutes. And Quing, hello Quing, if I'm pronouncing that right. Quing, Q-I-N-G once. Oh, there he goes.
It's pronounced as Ching.
Ching. Well, thank you. I didn't know.
Ching or King?
Got you. Would any of the mods like to speak? Go back to the mods and then go on down the line. Mods.
Did you skip me for a reason, Steve? Or are you?
Who is speaking? Who is speaking?
Zero.
Oh, Hero, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. No.
It's okay. I was letting more diverse people in the queue.
No. The only reason is my eyesight sucks. Go ahead.
That's okay. So I came up when you were sort of berating Arthur. Which I thought was pretty rude, dude. Like let a guy get a thought in there. Same thing with Carol. Like, the interruptions are really hard to listen to in the audience. So I just felt like I had to go. So I guess we kind of beat this to death, but the whole pilot thing. Saying that you're concerned about the pilot's competence because he's black is definitely racist. You cannot smooth that over. If you don't understand how pilots are certified, then you just don't understand. You just don't know. So Charlie Kirk made a career being super confident about things he didn't know about, right? And that's a weird kind of DI program, like just like puffing up the incompetent people for some reason. Pilots, just to get to the interview, a pilot has to get their private pilot's license. That requires 40 hours minimum of flying, plus a written test, then a check ride. Then you got to get an instrument rating. That requires even more of that stuff. Another test, another check ride. Then you got to get your commercial license. Once you get to 250 hours, that just lets you get paid. That doesn't let you fly big planes. Then usually people become an instructor. Then then they start getting paid a little bit. And then they can get a multi-engine rating, and they can become an instructor on a multi-engine, and they can become an instructor for instructor. There are so many fucking steps to go through to become a pilot. Then you got to get to 1,500 hours to get your ATP. Then you can interview. So if an airline has a program to maybe go look for a few extra black guys or some women or some whatever to get them into the interview, I'm on Arthur's side. Like, get them into the interview, get them into the queue. It is really. So here's the thing: when I see it. And let's face it, we don't see this that often because flying is a pretty freaking white male thing. But if I see a black dude sitting in the captain's seat, my thought is going to be, that guy went through a lot. All the same requirements that the white dude went through, plus a bunch of bullshit cultural shit that guy had to go through. That guy is probably the most qualified pilot you're going to ever fly with. So to assume that because of his color, he's less competent is fucking racist. There's no massaging that.
Thank you. Hold it. I want to respond. Hold it. I want to respond. How many times do I have to say it?
I just want to say something funny, Steve. Just relax.
Go ahead. Say something funny.
Did someone say massage?
Thank you. Hero, I'm going to vehemently disagree with you on only one thing that you said. Everything else sounded pretty cogent to me. But in my humble opinion, Charlie Kirk spent a lifetime doing what he was excellent at. And that was getting people behind him to vote the way he wanted them to vote. And one clear example, and I'll use an analogy. I'm an old fart. I'm 65. When I went to college in the late 70s and the early 80s, if you were a known Republican, if you were starting a Republican club, you had a sore thumb. You had a red flag. You were an outcast. Over 95% of the students that went to my college were liberal Democrats, okay? This is why Charlie Kirk was so good at what he did. He not only got people to like him, he not only knew what he was talking about, but he went to the colleges and recruited people on his side of the fence. He spent a lifetime doing exactly what he was very, very good at. But that's just my opinion.
See, like I said, he helped turn out the largest youth vote for the Republicans since Richard Nixon's historic landslide in 72. Which, for those who don't know, Richard Nixon is the high water mark for landslide elections. Believe it or not.
Steve Wee. Hi, Steve Wee.
Can I, when you time slot allows, can I...
is that Hampson?
Yes.
Why don't you go after Steve Wee? Steve Wee. Hello, Steve Wee.
Hey, man. How's it going?
I'm just getting people attacking me left and right, but you know what? I fucking love it.
Well, the pinata is on, huh?
There you go. The pendulum swings both ways, baby.
Well, I kind of dipped out for a while, so I maybe I need to listen a little more to see what the flavor of the room is. Hey, Jordan, how's it going, buddy?
You got it. Let's go to Hanson, and then we'll go back to Taro, because I know she's been waiting patiently. Hanson!
Yes, thank you. So, well, to say that saying the DI candidate maybe low qualified less is racism, then I would say that DI and affirmative action are racist policy in the first place. It's a systematic racist policy because it put the skin color as a qualification, the standard. So that is based on race. So that is obviously a systematic racist policy.
So the Supreme Court agreed with you clearly in the Harvard, North Carolina cases.
Yeah, exactly.
And also one other thing I wanted to add on those cases that I got also attacked for, just trying to state what changed in the law. When Justice O'Connor wrote her famous opinion on it, and affirmative action got established, and we come out of the Michigan case and moved forward as a nation, it had a shelf life. She specifically, in her opinion, it was a 25-year shelf life, and felt that within the 25 years, the country could adjust itself. And when the Harvard decision came out, where the Asian community had suffered damages and had suffered quite a bit as a result of that policy, more than any other, well, I could say the Jewish community also, the numbers went down substantially at those schools, but the Asian community more than any, it was time for the expiration. And that also came into play as the Supreme Court made that decision. But it was most certainly based on skin color for those 25 years. And hopefully the Asian community will now start taking its place in these universities and having the proper acceptance that they deserve.
Yeah, and also it's very clearly lowered standard with admission scores lowering dramatically for the targets of DI and affirmative actions.
All right, now I was going to go to Yara, but she left. So let's go to Christian. Hi, Christian.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Oh, just getting attacked from all sides, but that's okay. If I'm going to be attacked, I want to be attacked by the Republicans and the Democrats both equally. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's completely fair. Well, I just wanted to...
You know what that means, bud? It means I'm doing a good fucking job. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree. And in your words, I think you're doing a great fucking job.
Thank you.
No problem, man.
Did you want to say anything else, or just talk about me for a minute?
Oh, yeah, spectacular. For sure.
Do you care to hear what Taro put in the chat?
Yes, what did she put in the chat?
Sorry.
No. You got more, Christian?
Oh, yeah, I do. Sorry. I just was coming up from outside, so apologies. Well, I did want to talk about a little bit about Charlie Kirk, and I don't know how many times this came up today, but Steve, I want to know, because I haven't talked to too many people about it, what have you seen? Because I've been hearing a lot of liberals and Democrats kind of celebrating his death, and I've heard, that come from, a lot of Republicans. So I wanted to know, are people really just celebrating Charlie Kirk being dead? Is everybody just jumping from their seats, just so spectacularly happy? What have you heard?
I will give you the facts. Yes, some people are, and some people from both the right and the left. Most people are not. That's my observation. I believe it to be factually correct. Now, if we want to go to the law, which you didn't ask, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Your speech to say